All right, I'm here. Maybe different audio balancing relative to World. So tell me if it's too loud or too quiet. Lord of the Rings expansion looks good. Not New World expansion. Old man. I sound old. Am I old? How old are you? Get over here. I'll cornhole you. Let's see how old I am then, huh? Pie was good. It just did, you know, it needed salt, but I added hot sauce. It was good. All right, game should be good. I did not add the color randomizer to it, but we might do that at some point. I don't know, what was the last character I made? Just try and think, it's not easy. We had made I think a female World Hammer character. Might do male? Bald, please. No. Shepard. I want to wear these weird-ass clothes, too. I like this face a lot. I like that one. It's always good. This smug bastard. This is like the smug looking bastard. This looks like a sword and shield user. In a live stream, my PSP battery exploding. Yes. Music's too loud. No. Yes. Yes. I'm gonna turn down the music. Music's too loud. Music's real loud. Right? Doesn't it seem like insanely loud? No, I gotta make it quieter. I think it's too loud. I gotta turn it down. I can hear without headphones. Wouldn't you like to know? I ain't telling. Probably gonna go Elemental Sword and Shield. Welcome back. Hey, thanks, man. I can't really hear much, B-Sponge. I got really bad hearing. It's only getting worse, man. But I can tell if the music's too loud. This guy's your rival, but also your boyfriend. This guy was staring at my naked back. You doing a full 100%? I think we're just going to White Fatalis. We'll do the event one. I don't want to do, like, every monster in the game. Yeah, I think we're going to do Sword and Shield to start. We're playing at 2x resolution. We were using the natural color filter, no blur. I feel like if you go up to like 1080p, like too much of the chunkiness does fuck mean anything. Freedom Unite Complete. It's a mod. Look it up. When you put just fuck in though, it Twitch does not allow you to use that in your titles. It's kind of funny. What? I gotta go back to the main menu. It should look good. I mean, it should look the way you remember it. That should be okay. I don't remember a small man in the corner. Oh, he was there. Oh, he was there. He was watching and he was waiting. And for his time to strike. That's a cool... I like that pose. That's fun, man. Yeah, he remembers you, you son of a bitch. Hey! I left the house. Guess we should probably start with leather armor. I know, it's like, wow, so basic. Wow, so original, Creamer. Yeah, well, what are you gonna do? What do you even get with full leather? Gathering? This only gives us throwing skill up. Yeah, I can. When I get the money, I'll buy bull drum info. That sounds okay. This has been my third time reading it to chat. I've read it twice before. You know that more than I do. What do you need? Just money? All right. I actually don't know what the key quests are. I should probably pull that up. Or I just do everything. I mean, I don't know. Is it mountain herbs? Just money? Ooh, it's so much faster now. Thank you, Incognito Man. Hey, that map should be a lot smaller. That's weird that it's not small. Yeah, it should be smaller. I patched it to be smaller. I'm gonna have to recheck. I might have to repatch it. I made sure the game started up, but I didn't check the map. Gigablood? Yeah, that's the big part of the Freedom Unite Complete. It removes the censoring. Which is the thing that bothers me the most. It's a classic, man. Maybe we'll get another one soon. It was your first Monster Hunter? Mine was Freedom. But I bounced off of that because I got destroyed by Yan Garuga. And then I played Freedom 2 and I bounced off of that. I forget whether it was like a pink Rathian or a gold Rathian, but one of the Rathians, they walled me as well. And so I stopped playing that. But then I played Freedom Unite and then I really stuck with it. I got the G rank. It was scary though. Like getting past like the double Tigrex I think is still like It's probably my greatest gaming achievement. I know it's not a big deal nowadays, maybe, but back in the day, man, that was tough. All right, well, there's a quest done. It's hard. I mean, you know, I don't know that dung bombs do anything. I mean, they might. It's debatable. Well, weapon will be doing sword and shield. Or at least a decent part of it. I think we're gonna try and stick with sword and shield. Not bow? It's just I don't really want to do bow. I don't know. There might be a skill that makes dung bombs better. How good was bow in Gen 2? Adrenaline and heroics stacked in Freedom 2. And apparently with that combination, bow was insanely powerful. Balanced. Things that are real weaker to element. Like early on getting like a water bow. I feel like a piercing water bow is like mega good against Gravios. Time to get our cat. There's a cooking cat. Oh, you know what? If we need money, let's just do this. Now we got money. Yo. Oh, okay. It needs a brute bone. Lead us out. Glad to see me again. Thank you. Be here. Should we try and transform this cat into like a fighter? Yeah, I know. The upgrading a bow gun is like mega powerful. His name is Salsa? I don't want to use him. I need to get another cooking cat. You've had salsa before? Outstanding. We'll buy some raw meat. Damn, there's some good stuff. Let's not go too crazy. We're on borrowed money right now. It's not coming back. Twitch on my team, you know? Ooh, were you casting? All right, let's see here. MHFU. Acquired. Equest. Optional key quest. Hunt the carnivore. Highly recommend a psycho serum or two. We'll get there eventually. Man, it's so much faster with the mod. If you be a rigger, I'd be life size. That would be scary. Is it better for me to be a little guy? Less intimidating, I guess. Code for permanent auto tracker? You disgust me. I know you hacked in money too. Because you admit it. Applebud, hello. Good evening. And I guess it doesn't really matter. It would get you banned from the Mind Guard form. Whatever that group is. Hunserverse? The only game where infinite money is okay is Portable Third because they give you infinite money. It's the Incognito Man patch. I mean, it doesn't really change much. Hunserverse? Yeah, I know they got a funny way of saying it. The Geoprey over here? Do they only respawn in that cave? Oh, maybe they're in the big cave too. Probably. Yeah, I don't know what happened. The map was supposed to shrink. If anything, the map looks bigger than ever. Right? Doesn't that map look huge? That looks enormous. Too big. I'll have to mess with it. But like going through economy hell is part of the gunner experience. It's a mod house. It restores the blood and lets you use all the event quests. Jeez, what is this Bullfongo made of? All right, here they are. You let me carve? I'm not even 100% sure what my starting and intermediate paths are. I saw, for Sword and Shield, there's really not that many choices for element on weapons other than fire. Fire has like an insane number of options. On Leodago. Oh, there is one other thing I enabled. There's like an FOV mod. So the field of view has been, like, expanded slightly. Wiggling the sticks breaks you out of para sooner. I usually mash everything. Sarah's Sword and Shield is okay. I'm not saying I won't make it, but, like, I'm mostly going to be focusing on element. Early on, all that really matters is water for Bezarios and Gravios. It's extremely painful without water on those guys. Other than that, it's not that big of a deal. It's just fun. Thunder if you want to farm a lot of Boldrome. He takes like 50%, some insane amount of Thunder. Water Sword and Shield? I think it's like just the Odyssey Path or whatever it's called. I'm looking at Sinking Feeling, 3 Popo Tongues, and then Blanco. Grinding out Final Fantasy VIII. I mean, it's not a... I mean, really, very few of the Final Fantasy games are very hard. Assuming you've ever played any RPG before. It's really just if, like, you want to do, like, super bosses or some weird challenge run. I probably should buy pickaxes, honestly. I don't remember having any issue in 3. I know some people struggled in 3, but I don't remember having any problems. Oh, Incognito Man, I gotta thank you for being here. Question. I chose the option, I thought, for like 75% smaller map. It looks larger. Is there an option to make the map larger? Okay, that's my problem. Did I do that? Let me check the patch here again. Do I still have it up? Where did you place config.bin? Well, the other things are working. I don't know, in the same... I didn't move it. Everything was in the same folder. Hey, Derlo. It's so big, man. I remember it working before. So, like, clearly it's a me issue. I mean, I think it's me. I'm just, don't worry about it. I'm going to try and patch it again after the stream. All I did was, before the stream started, was make sure it booted. And it booted, so I'm like, all right, it's fine. Everything else looks like it's working. Is Darktide any good? My understanding is Vermintide is in a better place right now, but Darktide is probably fine. Just place the config bin in ms0/5. Oh, maybe. Oh, hold on. That's probably the issue. Let me copy that message. I probably just didn't put it in the right spot. We're not going for a level 0 weapon Tigrix kill, by the way. I'm sorry. If we wanted to do that, we would have to plan accordingly and upgrade something. Not happening. I don't even know if you could kill him in this quest. You could probably cut his tail, but I don't know if he could actually die. I did not use PSPP portable. I mean, like I said, I don't think I even put it. I don't think I followed the instructions. need one more? Nope. Yeah, I don't think I followed the instructions. In fact, I could tell you with 100% certainty. I just thought the config file taught the program what to do. I didn't realize that I actually had to put it somewhere. That's user issue. It didn't go anywhere. I didn't place it anywhere. That's what happened. And Sword and Shield was kind of painful early on, huh? I should probably start farming as well, huh? Give me the dose barbecue spit themes. I think I toggled the dose option. Probably died. God, there's like... Oh, I could just have him kill me. I kind of like the 4th gen Russian the most Daikoro, but 2nd place I put the jump from the old games. Jump is just so strong. Or hold on, I'm gonna see them. So config goes in ms0.fuck. I'm assuming the PSP. Oh, hold on. I'm not using portable. I did the install version. So like I have like a folder under my documents that says PPSPP. Would it go under the save data? Why is early game world so boring? Dude, it's my favorite part. This is why you hate installed PPSPP? Well, I didn't know. I just thought it would work better. I could just copy it to like every folder. And just see what happens. That's what I just did. Hold on a second. We're gonna restart the game and see if that works. I put it in every folder. It's everywhere now. How's it going? It's going okay. We're just setting up some stuff. Guess we'll find out if it worked or not. Not recommended? Why did I immediately pick like the worst possible choice? I don't really want Benki. I'm gonna wait. I mean, if I have to, I'll just, you know, switch to the portable version for the next time I stream it. Why are all the cats wearing glasses when you hire them? What? Excuse me? I don't know that you can buy honey with the patch. You can buy meat. Lady, and look at the cat image. Those are just whiskers, man. Those aren't glasses. I mean, if they look like glasses to you, like, I'm not here to tell you they don't look like glasses. They definitely look like glasses. This game does have a point resource, yeah? Use it for upgrades. Poke points. Medium monster bone. Well, I'm using Sword and Shield right now. Need more. For the whole run? That was the plan. Is that better? No. Still no. Yeah, I gotta figure that out. I mean, I just gotta switch to portable PSP. I guess we'll probably make Snakebite then. We may as well, right? You have no idea what paths are set in installed PSP. Well, I'll let you know. I put config in literally every folder that I could think of, and it didn't do a damn thing, so I'll switch to portable afterwards. Yeah, Almond's pretty strong in Free to Be Knight. Memstick. I mean, I might just have to create PSP. So there's no Memstick. That's the issue. Come on. Documents. I mean, I found it, but I don't see Memstick there. Unless I have to make it manually. I'll just wait for the portable. It's really not a big deal. I mean, we're just missing out on the map. It's not like I really need the map right now. PSPP folder itself. I mean, I could make box/config. I kind of did that, Dwarven Man. All right, hold on a second. Hold on. Game settings. I don't want to... I'm going to break something. More settings. System. Show memory stick folder. Is this it? I'm just putting it everywhere. After this quest, we'll restart. We'll see what happens. The smartest thing to do is just open up a goddamn portable version of the game. That's what I did incognito. It'll probably work now. I realized we'll know right away because I enabled true raw. I know we had a conversation at one point, and I know you did buff Hunting Horn, but man, can we do it? Do the math? Do you not watch the stream? Have you seen the number of times I've done the math in Iceborne by going to like the Dragon Bone and then like remembering the modifier and doing it out? Do the math? You son of a bitch. Who the hell do you think you are? He says do the math. Jen, do I do the math? I got a resounding yes. If I do Fatalis, goal is to go up to white Fatalis. I don't know how easily it'll be done with Sword and Shield, but should be possible, right? I'm assuming all I should need to do is reset the game, right? I shouldn't have to reset PPSPP. You guys call it PPSPP, or do you go... Pss, 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 pss. The save data? You don't have to apologize for anything. All right, let's just reset again. I'm just gonna close out everything. It's in the title, King. All right, let's see. It's working. I just had to put it in every folder. That's great. I like this. Con? Con? I think we're gonna do con, man. Does he automatically work for you, or do you gotta set him up? I forget. Did I get first try Poogie? I haven't even attempted Poogie. Is he coming with me? What is he doing? Does he not follow you around? I can't remember anything, dude. He doesn't follow you around, that's funny. What are good headpieces in world? Wyvern King Eye Patch is probably the first thing that really feels like it matters in low rank and high rank or master rank. I mean, Fatalis, obviously. I mean, really, pretty much in master rank now, it's generally more about like set bonuses than individual pieces. AT Volcana gives you Coalescence 3. I'm a world that you can't remember anything. Trey Dog's like really, he's really pushing his way up through the oh, this is nice. Rise tier, huh? Yeah, the Citra's getting better. Like, official Citra's getting better. It's actually kind of amazing. It's like all my money. We'll start getting, like, really good returns soon. I mean, it's basically, do you want Fatalis, do you want Safi, or do you want AT Velcana? Is really what it comes down to. I feel like. You. I could make Snakebite, right? Should I? I don't think I've ever made it before. Yeah, I mean, might as well. It's not so much what the Sappy head gives, it's what the Sappy set gives. Update, readme, and config bin placement. PCB devs change things to address scope storage. That scares me a little. This is Geodrome. Okay. Okay, we're good. And I think Sappy head is something like evasion or something like that. Hey, you got a little map. Look how little it is. It's so cute. It's a little map. Oh, that's exactly how small it should be, too. I don't want to be a little man. Oh, it's amazing. You could actually leave it up, and it's like not a problem. Yeah. A little micro map. Yeah, I think we're gonna upgrade this weapon all the way. We may as well. Didn't wait, hold on. It said we needed carpenter bugs? No, I don't have any bug nuts. Well, I think we get like a gathering quest after this anyways. It's probably better to get them in like the jungle or something. No HUD over 40% HP was growing on YouTube. I didn't see that under the options. Although, to be fair, at 40% HP, you can definitely die. Durso, thank you. Stream Freedom Unites in the Senate floor. Only if I get elected. I am being considered for the Speaker of the House, though. I have nearly equal disdain for both Democrats and Republicans, so in some ways, I'm the best bipartisan candidate. Wait, you never changed World to have confirm with Circle? Bring back politics stream? We streamed it earlier today. What if somebody brings up highways? How do you think, what platform do you think I'm running on? Look at those claws, man. How do you think he evolved to have, like, really big middle fingers like that? Just stand around growling at everyone? That's kind of how I had it in my mind in the first place. Khan is just sleeping in the middle of everything. Khan, man, get up, dude! we gotta fight. Quiet quitting. Khan wants a living wage. Otherwise, why would he bust his butt? I saw a video of somebody at, I think, a Waffle House cooking 5 breakfasts at the same time. And I'm like, dude, there is no way they're paying you enough for you to be working this hard. There's no way. Waffle House workers are on strike. I wonder who promoted to put it up, though. Probably Waffle House. Look how happy this man is making 5 breakfasts at the same time. It might have been more than 5. It might have been something unhinged like 8. The dose music is an option. I did select it because I don't know why not. Blue Steam, thank you. Smother and cover my paycheck. They were apparently, every shift, Waffle House was taking out $3.15 from people's paychecks for food. Or it's like, I understand if, like, you want to offer your employees, like, reduced food at, like, $3.15, but, like, you can't do that automatically. Like, that's not right. You gotta figure that out. I mean, if it's an opt-in, I mean, you want it. I mean, that sounds like an awesome deal. $3? The food at Waffle House is all right. I mean, I'm sure you can get, you know, a steak or something like that. Maybe a sandwich. I mean, you obviously would not want to be eating waffles all day. Not unless you're trying to get, like, morbidly obese. Blood decals are nostalgic? Depending on how you played the game back in the day. Freedom Unite was censored. Which is always very frustrating. If I become speaker, can I rip a fart into the mic? They might actually, like, bipartisanly remove me if I did that. If I was about to go out, I would do it. If they were about to vote me out, I would totally do it. I would bean it up. I'd be beaning on that floor. Man, that HUD feels so much faster. Is that fuck doing that? So I need 3 more claws, 4 more carpenter bugs. All right, well, let's do this. I don't know what that means. Why is the cat pointing to the corner? Why is that a thing? What are you talking about? Go to the farm? Already on top of it. I guess we should check, like, the bushes for carpenter bugs. I don't know if level 1 even has... Oh. Scan corrected. I could probably upgrade to +1. Nope. I'm not saving that. You. I could just do gathering, right? Oh, but I don't. Wait, hold on. We don't want to do that. We need Geodrome. Play the Geoprey. Gotta be Geodrome. The Dendrome. American English. Dude, it goes so fast. That feels like that's faster than, like, Monster Hunter World. In terms of collecting things from the item box, right? It, like, flies. Oh, I forgot to buy bug nets. God damn it. It's alright. I'll get them next time. I mean, we need like 3 claws, so I mean, it could be. I remember it being like dragging and dropping an icon into a folder. Oh, I was gonna ask Incognito Man, but then I got sidetracked. It would be nice, and I know Hunting Horn got buffed. But what if we got another buff? I want to be able to swing out of the Super Pound. I know it's not right. I know it's not right. But it's already such a pain in the ass playing your songs. Why not go back to Sunbreak? It's 3U! It's the portable third version of Hunting Horn. It's like the very next version. It's just like... Super Pound is so strong on Hunting Horn in this. And like, I know there's purists out there like, oh, you're cheating. It's just gonna make the weapon way more fun. Who are these people? Who are these people that complain to you? These sickos. Oh no, I gotta spend 20 minutes for every allow. I'm complaining about those people. I've never once complained about anything that Incognito Man has done. I've only sung praises. Fuck has only gotten better. I'm complaining. It's my job to complain. It is. My job is to praise Capcom. You know, I gotta tell you, I was feeling pretty bad that my Capcom stocks went down a little bit since the summer. But then, like, the Dow Jones just completely crapped the bed today, and, like, Capcom is holding steady, and, like, I'm like, thank God. Yeah. I'm like, thank God. Boxhead, thank you. I should really move. I've got some money I can move into Capcom. I still have a little bit left over I can move in. I really should. I mean, I wouldn't be fully all in on Capcom, but it would be a significant amount of money in Capcom. The thing is they pay a dividend. And, like, if I've learned anything, it's that Microsoft will buy any bad deal in existence, and if Capcom goes completely creatively bankrupt, Microsoft will just buy them. No, I'm not buying Niantic. No way, dude. I don't know how to make video games. Check. Is Niantic even publicly traded? I don't think so. It's almost exactly the same at... No way. What is the stock ticker? NTC? No. No. I don't know what the stock ticker is. How would it not be? Not every company is publicly traded. Yeah, it's not publicly traded. They have stock, but it's not publicly traded. I don't know. I'm assuming, I thought I read something, Nintendo bought stock in them? I don't know. Hibiscus? Hey, how we going? Are you calling me the... Am I a pimp? What? What? Excuse me? I have zero issue with connecting in World. That is 100% a you issue. I'm one of the OG hunters? Yeah, I mean, you have to remember, in my brain, I wasn't the OG, because I was watching videos of people before I made my own videos. But I guess everything's relative. I mean, there's people in this chat that were like 10 when I started making videos, so to them, I'm OG. Noxella was like in high school, I think? I don't know. Maze too? I think Maze came after me, technically. Can't remember. It was around the same time. I was literally 11. You're giving me anxiety. I don't want to hear that. Even if it's true, like, I don't want to know. You keep that to yourself. Ada. I'm really vibing just killing this Geodrome over and over again. When I was 11. You're giving me... It's the same exact message over and over again. Like, I'm going to be getting, like, nightmares of this tonight. It's like, everyone will be like, I watched your videos when I was 11. I watched your videos when I was 11. He was born 9 years after GameFAQs was found. How does that make me feel? I don't want to hear it. Hang'emzilla, hello. It brings me no joy. Give me carpenter bugs. I mean, other than, like, so the thing is like, the only constant pain in my body is from my left knee, and that's kind of hurt since I was in my early 20s. So, like, it's not like I've really gotten older. It's easier to get fatter the older you get. I watched my speedruns 15 years ago. I grew up watching your speedruns. I mean, if you think about it, like, people don't age at the same rate. You know what I mean? Like, there's different people at age 25, 30, and 40. I age faster than most. I'm doing great, man. You're the one that sounds like you've got, like, severe anus issues. Like, whatever's going on with your ass, like, a doctor needs to examine you. My ass is not in that much distress. You know, I was playing Zombie Revenge the other day, Incognito, man. That game's wonderful. I know it's technically an arcade game, but it had a great Dreamcast port. There's definitely a young 29, and there's definitely an old 29. Like, the old 29 is, like, the people that started partying really hard in high school at, like, 14 and 15. Alpha, hello. Like, drinking real bad, smoking and stuff. You do that for 15 years, you come out, like, all wrinkled. Your teeth are all messed up. You got a belly. That's not good. It messes you up real bad. You know, if you don't smoke, you don't drink too much, you stay out of the sun, you know, you're a little bit more preserved. You know what I mean? Will I play Winnie's Hole? No. No. You should take it. I mean, being younger is better as a compliment. It means you're probably taking care of yourself. Why not? I'm very happy that Winnie the Pooh has entered the public domain. I think that's awesome. We should have more stuff enter the public domain. But I'm not looking for like a virus-made Winnie like body horror game. Perfect game for this channel. I think I activated the bounty for that stupid, how was it called? Raid Shadow Legends clone. I'm gonna hit all the world bots with it tomorrow. Only because you guys asked for it. Why a clone? I don't know, man. You stick around for the bounty tomorrow if you want. Why not the actual thing? I did it once. And I really don't want to do it again. Stress ages me? Yeah, I'll try and stay calm as much as I can. I don't understand how Souls runners can't get people more excited about Lies of P. What is it about that game that people don't like? The parry system is so good. A lot of the weapons are interesting. The weapon crafting system is interesting. Dragonair, do you know about it? Do you work for Twitch? What do you know? Nah, it's not that popular. Somebody was saying that like a Souls runner was playing it, and they literally got more viewership just playing Monster Hunter World. Isn't that weird? He hates how dodging feels? That's a skill issue. Also, I'm sorry. Want to see new Ninja Gaiden? That will never happen again. Probably not. It'll probably never happen again. I mean, for your sake, I hope it does. That's me tomorrow, man. Illinois. That's me tomorrow. I didn't want to do it, but people are saying, let's do it. Well, I mean, Distortion, if he's doing a speed run, I mean, that's just what he's doing. It's like everyone else. Yo. All right, we can upgrade, right? We should upgrade, right? That's a lot of green. It's a pretty good upgrade. Why did both of these upgrades are terrible? I guess Viper Bite's not bad. I gotta look at the weapon tree. Give me a second. I mean, this is a good intermediate upgrade, right? Jesus. Fandom is a blight. Oh, wait. I want to look at the Hunterverse table. Where's the weapon tree? There we go. Make sure we bookmark that. Oh, it's so bad. It's like the worst ever. Viper Bite. So Snake Bite is what we have. The death prize ends real early. But it actually is really good. What's with that raw, man? Dude, if we're playing Freedom 2, we could upgrade this with Thunderbug Juice like mega early. Like insanely early. I guess we just go down Death Prize. I just don't know when we get... What's the earliest you can get Thunderbug Juice? Oh, it needs Dragonite ore too. I don't know if I would upgrade it. It does get a little bit more green. It's going to be a long time before we can fight Iopray, I think. It takes 2 upgrades before we can even get it to... Melba Tower Quest, is that an event? I pray in the swamp. Sometimes. I think I need an Iodrome too, though. It said something about Dragonite as well. I mean, this should be fine for a while. It's a question of what we want to do for armor. I don't know if we even really care about upgrading too much this early on. If I can get attack up large, though, that'd be pretty big. Technically can. It seems to think I could fight a Rathalos right now. I think you can, though. I think there's like a 1-star Rathalos or something like that. In the guild hall? It's like, oh, just kill Rathalos. Dummy. It's easy. Just, you know, beat him. He does give detect as well. I know, I'm sure the carves and the rewards are real bad in 1-star and 2-star. Like, trying to actually make full Rathalos is, like, kind of unhinged. I'd rather just, like, farm, like, Kutku or something like that. I don't know. A Hunter is, I think, okay as well. Why are hands hard to draw? Ask AI. I think I'll just make the full battle. That's kind of expensive, though. Well, we're getting money, right? It's just the time, you know? I mean, if I were to go into a time portal and fight them all night, it wouldn't be an issue. Becky, hey, what's up? Did you change your name? You did. I could tell. I'm assuming you've gone full VTuber. Alright, let's sell some of these seeds. We'll see how much battle we can get on. Actually, I guess we should probably register that as well. 7,500.
You.
Okay, Tuber, what are you talking about? Does it actually give guard? No way it gives guard. There's absolutely a better way to do this than what I'm doing. Well, that's actually not bad. Attack small and speed sharpen? Not that. Well, speed sharpen's okay here. Oh, ping tubers are great. I don't even know that there's much of a reason to go much farther than ping tuber. Alright, let's look at the list. Yeah, I just don't know where to get the thunder jelly this early on. And a fully animated Gapey. It's 2-star. Is this DS or 3DS? Neither. This is the PSP. Yeah, where's the first place to get Thunderbug Jelly, Fume? Where do you get that? Slightly animated PNGs. Huh. Exactly what I did with Baldy that one time to open his mouth. See, I am a VTuber at heart, aren't I? Flesh tuber with the spirit of a VTuber. How, you don't get better. Jelly is the G-rank version? Hold up. It needs Thunderbug juice. Where do I get the juice? I don't like flesh tuber. Why you gotta hurt me like that? But like, where's the tower even in low rank? VTuber, people are getting VTuber models for just events. That's a slippery slope, because before you realize it, you're gonna be VTubing all the time. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but you watch out. It's so much nicer to be like a ping. After the Tigric Surgeon? What a pain in the ass. Oh, he's a little bit scarier than a Mosswine. Mosswine don't do that. Let me see that butthole. If you ask. Damn. We'll have to put in work. I'm sure it's possible, Verndus. If that's what, like, your heart desires. just love this art style, man. So good. I try to keep it a little crusty with my settings. I don't go up to like 4K PSP. You know what I mean? Some people do that. It's like, I just don't like the way it looks. It needs to be a little crunchy. A little crispy. Go to 480p. Is that the lowest option? What they do on the HD texture pack to the ground is like very nearly a crime. When you look at what they do to the grass, it's so bad. Wish you could refresh your shield without losing Savage Axe. Well, then just use Power Prolonger 3 and Focus 3. This feels annoying until you realize, like, you actually kind of need the money. Any worms in chat? Independently, in 2 different Discords, Runus got sent pictures of YouTube videos of worms with saxophones. Not gonna grab the Popo Dong? I mean, I could just buy worms, you know? I don't really know what I would use the dung for. Dung bombs? Do they even do anything? That was me, Noxel. I was one of the people that did it. The worms work too. I warmed it up. Jordan B. Peterson. Dude hates Slimy, man. I mean, Slimy is kind of a, what is it, despiser of the peasantry, so he's kind of cooking with that. What's next? Boldrome, it is now... Cuckoo? There is a Velocidrome quest. Does the Velocidrome Sword and Shield get better? It might. Not really? Gets 10 more raw. Does it upgrade into anything that does element? It does, actually. It upgrades into a, is that the best water weapon in the game? For Sword and Shield, the Odyssey Blade? Oh, that's painful. That's the first time we get water? Okay, I guess we'll make it anyways, because we're going to need to upgrade out of the Velocidrome Bite Plus. We need 3 Macalite. I'm using an emulator on PC? I never understood the legalities of emulators. Can you explain? Emulators are 100% legal. As for the software to play on them, in the United States, if you own physical media, or I guess digital media of it, you technically own a license and you're allowed to play on there. It's actually one of the very few wins that has ever come out of the U.S. court system. You played 14 today? Uh-oh. Yeah, as for backups of your own video game software, it can get problematic, but ultimately you're allowed to back up and play your software on anything you want. You own Freedom Unite in your Vita? No, I mean, look, I'm not a lawyer, but you technically own a license to Freedom Unite then. At one point, I was under the impression that there was a law that said for MMOs, if they were to shut down, it's legal to emulate the server software. But I think that law got changed, and now it's like legal to play them supervised at a museum. Going to a ROM website and getting them illegal. I'm not going to tell you what to do. That's a weird rule. Could have misread it. You know, if you have a Vita, I would say learning to mod it and then rip things off of it's probably a pretty good idea to do now while the software's out there. You're legally allowed to do that, so. I've got a modded Vita TV. I had a modded Vita, but I spilt a beer on it, and it doesn't really work anymore. I was drinking. It was bad. It was a bad time. It was bad. You like the idea of playing Frontier or Dragon's Dogma online? You got to go to a museum. Yeah. The reality is like Capcom for the most part, pretty cool. The annoying thing about the Vita TV is it has HDMI, HDCP permanently on by default. So not only do you need a Vita TV, you also need a way to strip the HDCP protection. That's real annoying. The Mosswine event? That was a event that they held during New Year's. And they're real strong. But the rewards are worth it. We need more Macalite. I don't know if you can get... You can probably get Macalite from here. Me alone. I got one. I'm happy with that. I'm satisfied with that. It's the last one I'll get. I'm not too worried. I can't create it, can I? Whatever happened to that one hunting game where the gorilla beat my ass? Wild Hearts? I mean, we played it, and then we're done with that. GDQ, is there an actual GDQ event going on right now? Oh, God. Creating it rather than upgrading it is, like, terrible. Do you have the Assassin's Dagger? I thought GDQ was like in December. Oh, it's a small event. Is it like an actual event or is it just one run? One more earth crystal. The hot fix? So just one? Ooh, frost. Oh my god, that raw is so bad. By Gel Bagel? Well, I hope he has a good run. Is it what is it? Any percent to Shara? Do I actually? I don't blame him. I blame his advisors. Xeno percent. Is he using Defender? Is he using Slinger Burst? What's the run? He doesn't need any luck. It's a solved issue. Not everyone plays by my rules. Xeno percent, Switch X, Defender, and Guardian. If that's the most entertaining run he thinks he could show people, I mean, that's his choice, I guess. I mean, what do you want me to say? It's a good thing it's night. It'll help put everyone to sleep. It's a charity event. He's going for a safe run? I would want to do the most balls to the wall entertaining thing possible to get people hyped up. But that's fine. It's not my run. Showing my true form? The time constraints too? Isn't it online? What's the time constraint? They let Final Fantasy get like 10 hours sometimes. I'm not saying you gotta do a Shara percent. I'm just saying maybe do Xeno percent with Iceborne uninstalled and no Claw Stagger and no Defender weapons. But like, it's an the 245 is like arbitrary. 245 is an estimate for Slinger Burst and Switch Axe. With Defender, if he was like, actually, I'm doing not Defender, and I'm not using Slinger Burst, it would be 5 hours, and that would be the run. And that would be fine. And everyone would be okay with it. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm not doing the run. It's not my run. If I were to submit a run, it would not be that run. And it would be too long. They'd be like, sorry, we want to go with the faster run. We gotta save the frames, you guys! Do I have a favorite color? I don't know. Guess it depends on the day. You aren't saving the annals in the stream? You know, I do prefer to capture. When it's ever an option. I don't know, man. I just have my concept of speedruns are just different. Most people think of speedrun, they're like, I want to beat this game as quickly as possible. I just think about like what's going to be entertaining, you know? Because like it's not like there's like a god out there that's going to destroy the planet if you don't like save an hour. You're doing it for entertainment. For your own and other people's. So you may as well do something that's entertaining. I don't know, Matt. I stopped really watching GDQ when you had to subscribe to chat, and I haven't really visited back that much more often. Yeah, because it's like, it's just bad, man. There was definitely some bad people in GDQ chat back in the day, and them being banned is fair. But, like, there's no memes allowed. I was one of them. I was banned. Unjustly. Well, I mean, the idea is not to watch people struggle. The idea is when I want to see a speed run, I want to see somebody, like, in peak gaming form, able to do things that would take me months of practice to accomplish. You're banned on Capcom? No way you're banned on Capcom. For real? Seriously? What happened? Still the beans. All I said was YSG PogChamp, by the way. That's not a crime. But I watched your GDQ run. It depends on what you were running. I would at least tune in. I was banned on GDQ because I typed in YSG PogChamp. You see people restart on bad NPC RNG? F-Zero GX story mode and very hard. I would absolutely watch that. That sounds really hard. Meant my Lies of P. I can't even... My Lies of P category is so hard, I can't even finish it. I can't even finish a run. I will not compromise. Apparently I need to practice Victor. Posted in Monster Hunter General? Alright, hold on. Why would they ban you? Why would they not unban you? There's no justice in this world. They have no idea what they've done. You know, Hex modded the hell out of their game, and they gave him a job. He was officially hired to work on Iceborne. It was like insane, man. You, meanwhile, are updating like a million-year-old game. What, they got beef? What is that made out of? That's weird. Should we chill and wait for Thunder? What is Thunderbait? That doesn't turn in anything good, right? Oh, it turns into the Kieran weapon? Oh, that's really bad, though. That never upgrades. Yeah, all right, we're going to stick with Velocidrome. It does look cool. Is this the game where they gave Sword and Shield really high motion values? That was Freedom. And I think that's because they gave it too high of a sharpness modifier. But that's just a guess. This is not GU. I don't think it's... I mean, I guess technically it is a coding error. Because it was just supposed to reflect, I think, Sword and Shield's bouncing, and then it, like, affected the damage. It was, like, 50% more raw on Sword and Shield. It's fun! It's fun to have a weapon that strong in a game that is kind of difficult. But yeah, it smashes. I always felt like Sword and Shield was weak in Freedom Unite, but I mean, it's feeling fine right now that I've upgraded it a little bit. Feels okay. Of course you can post your GDQ run in chat. Absolutely. You've got a GDQ run. That's good. I'll never have a GDQ run. I've started too much beef with GDQ over the years. There's no... I've got to be blacklisted. But I'm glad you got accepted. Freedom 2? Specifically Freedom 2? They have people that were like genuinely like mainstays of GDQ that ended up getting banned. And that really sucks, dude. Sentenced to SOS Carrion World for the next 10 years. Honestly deserved. I mean, obviously, if Distortion's running something, it's going to be a good time, but... I don't know. I mean, I don't even say anything bad. Just misunderstood. It's my aura. What's that? What's the aura? Angry guy? I'm not angry. I'm a little mad. Bald nut aura? Careful. I'll show you how mauled I can get. Taspod is kind of entertaining. It's cool to see what they do with that guy. I feel like I could probably vibe with the ESA. When I get my European residence permit, maybe I'll try and run over there. Do I still have that nutsuit? I wore it yesterday on stream. Nutsuit and ninja hair. I had them both on. It was for SOS number 69. I'm gonna rip it in half when I'm done with it, and it's going in the trash can. I won't walk away not naked, though. I just remember there was one GDQ. The best year for GDQ. GDQ finished, and somehow they had the conference room for an extra couple days, and they just had like an extra 2 days of people just casually doing their like pet project speedruns, and it was like the coolest 2 days ever. And like it's never happened again. But it was so cool when they used to do that. Never gonna be done with it? We talking about the SOSs? We finished. Unless you mean done with the nutsuit. I'm ripping it in half. I'm gonna rip it in half. I'll rip it in half right now. Don't test me. This is stronger, right? Ooh, it looks so good too. Pretty good raw, isn't it? I mean, it's not bad, at least. Oh, a little claw on the shield. We should have enough hibiscus now. They feel like the most primitive, but also the most creative. The Freedom Unite designs. Remember world designs? The slap-on. We put a nutsack on your bone and ore weapon designs? Yikes. Yeah. Alright. Cuckoo? Cuckoo, Congolala. Really? This early? Liver of Legend. Uh-oh. Dude, I used to love the Gunner armor sets. There is a tank. There's a Tigrex tank. You played the Vita reworked version of Freedom Unite? It has a resolution scaling feature. For real? I thought it was just the PSP game. I know you can bind the right stick to the analog, but the resolution scaling feature was just in all the PSP games, wasn't it? I don't think that was unique to Freedom Unite. I mean, it never got its own option, I don't think. I mean, the only truly reworked version of Freedom Unite was the iOS port. I don't know that that's a real thing. I never remember seeing a Vita specific version of Freedom Unite. There was some attempts at upscaling some of the textures. There was, I believe, hold to gather, or at the very least, there were icons that would show up when you would gather. Online matchmaking. Incognito Man knows more about it than I do. Way more about it than I do. That's the closest thing we had to like a real HD remake. Monster lock on. I really don't want to fight him here. I'm over here. I'm right here. It's not gonna snipe me. Well, I remember you posting some of the actual text or the image files for the iOS port, and they looked like they were not done very well. Like, it wasn't really handled with love. It would be beautiful to see like a proper 2x redrawing of the textures. Would I ever be interested in playing Explorer? Why not? Did they make an offline version of it? Don't run again. You son of a bitch! Yeah, I mean, I would play it. As long as there's no, I mean, obviously there's no monetization left, right? Yeah, I mean, look, I'm all for anything that results in further preservation of any video game. I mean, obviously, I'm a huge fan of Monster Hunter, but you know, I consider video games to be literature in the same vein as books and movies and music, and they deserve the same level of protection that those sort of things get, same amount of preservation. Because, like, you just don't know, like, what crappy, like, trash tier iOS game was, like, somebody's, like, pivotal core memory from their childhood. Like, they played it with their mom or their dad or brother or sister or something like that. And, like, society, I think, has a duty to at least give that person the opportunity to play it again at some point. If they want to. Like, yeah, the developers of a video game absolutely deserve to, you know, profit off of a game as much as possible as long as they're selling it, but as soon as something's unable to be played again, then it's, you know, our duty to try and preserve it in a way that people can play it. That's all. If the company doesn't like it, all they got to do is just preserve it on a storefront and make it easily purchasable. That's all. You won't hear about somebody grow up watching my videos at 8 years old? Do you think I maintain somebody's... There are people that tell me they used to fall asleep every night to the podcast as children. You know that? That's wild. They still do? Don't tell me that. The children do now too? They're going to talk about the movie Inception now. All speakers of that. Just their whole family has to sit in silence as they eat their dinner as the podcast plays over like a surround sound speaker system. Everybody's strapped into VR goggles and the podcast is playing directly into their eyes as they're eating dinner. Uh, 12 years ago? I don't really know when the last podcast was recorded. It was probably around like 2013 or 2014. At this point, I think I full-time streamed longer than we worked on the podcast, as insane as that sounds. I mean, it'll be 5 years this month. Can you get a spin in your mouth if you have a VR headset on? Absolutely. You full-time stream before I full-time stream? All right, well, that's kind of true. I mean, I was streaming 40 hours a week before I started to stream full time. But I mean, that's not, like, I don't count that. Overworking it. My hours this month are insane. Like, genuinely, like, they're, like, it's... Dean keeps telling me I'm streaming too much, but, like, it doesn't really feel like it. Like, I don't feel, like, fatigued at all. It says I've streamed 214 hours in the last 13 days. What's the math on that? Anyone got a calculator? What's 214 divided by 30? Seems like a lot. 7? I'm streaming 7 hours a day, every day of the month. Well, I mean, I don't stream on Sundays. You know, the lack of fatigue comes from I'm just having a good time. Over the last year or two, I've just banned everyone that's given me any problems. And so I just have a great time all the time now, you know? That's really the secret to streaming. You just ban anyone that causes you any, like, annoyance. And you just stream forever. And just never unban anyone. You will only regret it. I thought I had this one guy banned who showed up yesterday night in the stream. I was actually kind of pissed. It's not that I get banned. Yeah, all right. You know what it is? You know where the banning comes from? Yes, I get a little boner off of it. However, it's for you. It's for the viewers. Because if I'm having a good time streaming, I stream more. Dude, I'm pretty sure somebody unbanned him. I can't believe I would unban him. I know it wasn't you, because you're the one that told me to ban him in the first place. Now, it's possible I unbanned him. I know occasionally people will appeal to Fume, because he's got a heart. He's the only one that can do it. Because Amatsu says she doesn't unban anyone. So it was either me or Fume. It was one or the other. If I unbanned, I must have been having a great day. I must have been having a great day to unban that guy. Noxella, like, never says to ban anyone. Oh, it's so much better, Hobbs. I'm telling you. There's a girl I know who used to stream full-time. And I was in her chat once. And there was this one guy, I tell this story all the time. Real problematic guy in the chat. Like pushing a joke right up to the point of being racist. Like, you knew it was racist, but it was just to the point of, like, being able to, like, plausible deniability. And they kept timing him out for 1 second. She ended up quitting. She stopped streaming. You had 3 big burritos today? Good for you, man. Were they frozen? Just get rid of them. You're doing everyone else the favor, because chances are if they're annoying you, they're annoying people in chat. Just get rid of them. Destroy them. They can still watch the stream. Twitch won't prevent them from clicking the link. You could be really petty and disable people from being able to watch the stream if they're banned, but I don't do that. I think it's funny, but I haven't done it. Oh god, they don't even give you deodorants in this quest? Well, that sucks. Vibe-based bans are entirely justified, in my opinion. Someone's got a weird vibe, you just gotta get rid of them. Wait, if you ban people, it bans them from chat? Yeah, the default... Alright, so default on Twitch is if you ban someone, they can no longer read chat, they can no longer follow, and they can no longer subscribe or gift subscriptions. They can still watch the stream, though. Although they just added an option, and it was crazy. Like, people were, like, clapping for it at TwitchCon. You can ban people from watching the stream as well. And, like, I don't do that. Can you gift a banned person a sub? That's a great question. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one. But they can no longer sub or gift subs. I'm assuming they have to watch ads, though. You probably get paid for their ad revenue. The thing is if like somebody is so problematic that like you want them to not even see your channel anymore, that's probably somebody that needs to be banned from Twitch in general. I mean, if they're being that problematic, like that's got to be a pretty bad shatter. Banning them doesn't get rid of their sub. Because I've banned people and unbanned them, and they had their sub badge still there. I don't think it does. That'd be pretty messed up, though. Your top pay pig, keep banning them and making them resubscribe. Pay me again! No! Pay me again! I must have mistimed something there. Oh, is he? He might be close to death, actually. You know, Sword and Shield, I gotta give it some credit. It puts in... Oh, no wonder I didn't pick up the deodorant. It hits harder than I thought it did. It is stronger than I thought. Anyone here ever do a complete playthrough with Sword and Shield before? Been a while since I came here. I haven't really been streaming at night in a very long time. It was like around Rise and Sunbreak I stopped streaming at nighttime. But we're gonna do some night streams for a while, I think. I'm trying to avoid having to work at UPS is really what it comes down to. I'm trying to avoid having to wear the brown shorts. I'm not gonna do that, Dorman. I just, like, when I played it years ago, I just felt like Sword and Shield was kind of weak, but I must have sucked. Brown shorts right now, they are, well, they're gray, but, like, they could be like, ooh, he is sleeping. Dude, I think Sword and Shield's kind of cracked. I think it's kind of strong in this game. Because that was a really fast Kongalala, and normally I do not beat Kongalala that quickly, this early in the village. And I died once, and it was still basically like 5 minutes. Well, if we don't have a water sword and shield for Gravios, that's going to be a little tough. And I don't think we are going to have one. You crack up when Geppetto says P organs. You got Game Pass? You playing P right now? Does Gravios have a secondary weakness on his stomach? Like, does he have a secondary weakness of, like, ice or something? Just like the ice weapon kind of is bad. Actually, it's dragon. Holy crap. A dragon is almost better if you want to break his head. Well, all right, water's a lot better on his feet. But dragon's pretty good. I don't know what we would do. I guess probably get like the rush shard weapon, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what the best dragon weapon is. There's really not that many. But we might actually get a dragon weapon. Well, I don't think there's a low rank Gravios anyways, is there? There's no early fire sword and shield where we are, is there? It's really, you're super limited early on with Sword and Shield. Like, really, until you get to high rank. Red Saber. You gotta beat, Rathian, I think. Flame Sisphos? Gravios. I was thinking about making the Gravios Sword and Shield. It's got, what is this? $280 raw and 30 fire. I just feel like if I've got a really good water sword and shield, I would like shred him. Oh my god. There's a really good Hermitar sword and shield as well. Well, it's not as good as Gravios. Yeah, I was thinking for my final armor set being like sharpness +1, razor sharp, and attack up large. Like, I know, wow, so creative, but I feel like that's the way to go. You guys ready for Liver of Legend? I'm not. Maybe it'll let me buy gunpowder. I can buy nitro shrooms. Fire herbs. I think I've got a couple, fire herbs already. Can you kill Tigrex in this? We've already gotten past that quest. I don't know if you can kill him. I think you just break the face and cut the tail. I was essentially naked when he showed up. Right, so I need like 6 more? 5 more? Well, Liver of Legend is... You're thinking of the Popotung quest. Liver of Legend, Cephadrome might be around. But this is getting the Piscine Wyverns. Yeah, you're thinking of Popo. Good night. It's not even 10 o'clock. Have a good night. Where's my screamers? Ooh, we've got a lot of them. That's probably good enough. Take heart meds at 10? Does it make you sleepy? I'm assuming so. Prefer the farm system here or the new system in World Rise? The new system is just like cheating. This feels like you actually have to work for the stuff. I don't know. I mean, there's an interesting conversation to be had about, like... Players always say, man, it's such a pain in the ass to do this thing in the game. But a lot of times the pain in the ass is like the fun part of the game, you know? Like, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to be inconvenienced by something. I mean, isn't that life? You want to get a thing, you got to work for it. You know, you keep taking away systems from games. I mean, what is there? You got to rely only on the gameplay. Well, thank God Monster Hunter World, or, you know, Monster Hunter's got good gameplay. Well, and then it's like, all right, now there's nothing to do in your farm. I'm not saying it should be all about the farm, but it's like, now people want an end game, and now we've got 300 afflicted ranks and Big Ball Lagombi. And like, are we happy now? Did you get what you wanted? Hope so. It depends whether it's like a satisfying thing to do or not. I think bending over to pick up your seeds and having it take like 2 seconds is enough of an effort for it to be like, okay, that's not that bad, and that makes sense. To me, Liza P is what happens when you want things to be too convenient. Well, you know, Liza P has you run back to the boss. Modern From Software games just give you, like, a respawn right outside the boss gate. You don't even have to run to the boss anymore. Unless you mean by Liza P, people hate the game because it's too hard. In which case, I agree with you. I would not say Liza P is a particularly convenient game. Liza P definitely makes you work for it. They did do a big nerf on Liza P. They tuned down the most powerful bosses in the game. I think having armor sets that matter is a good thing, Pick'ems. I agree with you. I mean, I'm okay with the concept that World was going for, where, like, there were armor sets that were all played differently, and you had a couple different viable armor sets. Just make more armor sets that feel viable, and don't make Fatalis. Don't do that. I don't know, I mean, more like the little things that didn't really need to be there, but they did because it's better, like how much ergo you have in the bloodstain? Oh, knowing how much souls that you had left? I don't think that's really a bad thing. I mean, that's not really too much of a convenience, is it? I'll agree that dying in Liza P, even dying twice with your bloodstain out, is kind of nice of them. But I would say the bosses are hard enough that that amenity is fine, or at least the bosses were hard enough. I mean, they're still pretty hard. Seriously? Good job. Guy's too fast. Hauling ass over there. Don't worry. Haven't played since the nerf? It'll make things easier. Definitely. Mini bosses are a lot easier. A lot of the major bosses are a lot easier. Why SS right now? Why Sword and Shield? I've just never done a Unite playthrough with Sword and Shield before. I feel like Sword and Shield really doesn't get a lot of love. Certainly not in Freedom Unite. If I were playing Freedom, Sword and Shield would be gross. When does Lance play through? If you want to sponsor it, I mean, I've got a talent agency link at the bottom of my Twitch page. You're welcome to contact McRaptor and put in an offer. Unfortunately, I've got oil and power, food and stuff like that that I gotta pay for, and I can't afford to just do Lance playthroughs. Yeah, he didn't see us. He just left. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Yeah, for me, 5,000 channel points? Thanks. This is painful, man. What can I redeem with 1.3 million? That's at least 2 unlist me redemptions. What is the list? Nothing you need to worry about. Nothing to worry about. There's no leaks, so you can't unlist yourself? Just start talking about Lethalis until I can't handle it anymore. Lethalis? Basically. Noxella, what do you think about my theory that the next Monster Hunter game is going to release on every platform? Like the Switch 2, PS5, Xbox, and PC. How Reddit does that sound to you? Maxing life, my plan is to be White Fatalis. We might skip High Rank Village. Oh, iPhone as well. So, like, technically you don't need to do High Rank Village. Alternatively, we could say, oh, I'll just go for credits, and that would be High Rank Village, right? Switch 2 is already Turbo Reddit? Alright, cancel me. I think it's happening, man. I believe in it. Yeah, I'm gonna kick that 6-year-old's ass. So quiet. There is a very small chance I would buy a Switch 2. But I will definitely never buy an Xbox or a PlayStation again. But Jen want to Switch 2? She's PC game pilled right now. She likes playing on the Steam Deck. She doesn't have any like particular like fondness for Nintendo. I mean, I do. From a childhood. She doesn't care. She just wants to play Kingdom Hearts. And, like, I'm not going to let her play Kingdom Hearts on the Switch. But Kingdom Hearts is pretty screwed right now on the Steam Deck. It's not in a good way. You got to kind of emulate it. I'm not buying the cloud version of Kingdom Hearts. That's just, like, not happening. Can't you get frogs here? Don't let anyone play Kingdom Hearts at all? The first two are pretty fun. What's wrong with the first two? When's the last time you played for Frontier, and when do you think you'll play it again? Officially? What was it? December of 2019? I'll play it again when the people that did all the original packet ripping finish their project. And I'm not going to say anything else other than that. What they're doing is too important, and the people that are signal boosting it until that project finishes have no idea how much of a disservice they're doing to Frontier preservation. I feel like modern, like, final patch Frontier is like, what happens if, like, we keep adding clutch claw? Like, what if we took Iceborne and added, like, 5 sequential clutch claws to the game? And, like, how much work you would have to do to peel back all that, like, ass? Is the amount of work that needs to be done to have the game that's actually enjoyable. I played plenty of Frontier back in the day. I played a ton of it. I spent a lot of money back in 2010, 2011. Spent a lot of money. I was spending like over $100 a month on Frontier paid microtransactions. And so I stopped playing it. Because I'm like, I'm spending too much money and I'm not even really having that much fun. I admit I was always bougie. I wasn't making that much money. I was making like $13 an hour back then. That was like a full day of work to pay for microtransactions. see, the classic Frontier is interesting, but like that time for Frontier, now mind you, it's different because you won't have to pay for like the extra box and stuff like that. But like, yeah, the grind is insane. The problem is like even classic or modern, you either have no grind or it's all grind. Like what's fun is progression, and that's what you want. Now microtransactions pay me? We talking about Twitch? Yeah, I guess a Twitch subscription is kind of like a microtransaction, isn't it? I never really thought about it like that. Raid Shadow Legends? Oh, I mean, I'm not getting paid by Raid, but there is a game very similar to Raid that we'll be streaming tomorrow. So yes, in that regard, yes. Now we're gonna do it. I'm gonna stream World, and all of the World suck boys are gonna come into the stream and watch no matter what, because it's the World. And then I'll turn on the Raid Shadow Legends game for an hour. Neo playthrough dead? Not necessarily, but I mean, there was politics today. I don't know. I mean, I'm probably just gonna play Freedom Unite. Neo playthrough wasn't bad. It's just, you know, oil, power, food. It's tough to play variety, man. It's tough when you're a creamer. Can't even, I mean, it's depressing, man. Can't even get people to get really, like, seriously invested in Liza P, which is fine, but... Yeah, the Speaker of the House in the United States got kicked out. Really funny. I mean, genuinely, great comedy. That was awesome, man. It was clear he was going to get voted out, and they still asked him, and he said, don't kick me out. Like, he voted, like, I want to stay. It was really funny. Kazoo time. I mean, if there's gonna be, like, when it comes down for, like, an actual debate and a vote, we might watch it. But, like, it's gonna be a lot of hard work for the Republican Party. Because, like, they don't even have anyone, like, lined up. So, like, they kicked out the Speaker of the House. Like, they don't even have a backup. I mean, there were, like, a lot of discussions on the Hill about how the Speaker of the House, McCarthy, is, like, not a very smart guy. And you make up your own mind. But basically, he got himself the position by agreeing to pass a bill that said he could get removed by a single person putting up a vote. So Matt Gaetz said, all right, I'm one person, I want you out. And then before this known vote was coming up, the Democrats were like, yo, like, you give us some concessions, like, we can maybe help bail you out. And he was like, nope, no concessions. And, like, I just don't, that's, like, insane to me. Like, I'm not a career politician, but I would want to stay Speaker of the House. And, like, if I had to do some dealings with the opposite party, hell yeah, I would do that. You have any idea how powerful being the Speaker of the House is? Like, you could be president. I mean, unlucky, man. I don't know what to tell you, dude. We're in a postmodern reality, man. And I don't gotta tell you that. You know it, but... What's third in line for president? Well, it goes president, vice president, Speaker of the House. After that, I think it might be Secretary of the State. But you'd have to check it because I don't know. I think it's Secretary of the State. Which I know is technically an appointed position, but... At some point, I think the last one is Secretary of Transportation. case there's a horrible event. The list goes very far down. I mean, you say that, like, there's no way they were going to help him, but, like, you never know. It's in order of when the departments are created? That's a really cool little fact. Who's after Speaker of the House? Is there anyone? Anyone that's not like an appointed position? I mean, I'm sure if you are the Secretary of Transportation, there's a part of you that sits around laying naked in the bathtub thinking about what you would do if you were president. Want to hear that? You got hit with a minute of ads? I'm sorry. Secretary of the Treasury? No way. No way. I thought it was the state first, man. So it goes Treasury and then Secretary of the State? My fault, should sub. Sorry, I'm right. Okay. But I'm assuming it is Treasury after Secretary of State. That's scary. It's scary thinking, like, whatever person would be Secretary of the Treasury could be president. I hate this fight. Can I just say, I think Kezu's one of the worst monsters ever created. Giganox is literally better in every way. Where am I in the line of succession? Unless I get elected to being Speaker of the House, I'm probably not going to be one anytime soon. But it is technically possible for me to be elected as Secretary of the State, Speaker of the House. Meghan Markle could also be elected to be Speaker of the House. She could. I just feel like Giganox, or Kezu, is designed to be like, you should really be gunning right now. And if you're playing with a melee weapon, like, you should also make a gun weapon. That's just how it feels. His face is okay. His face is at least as good as his legs are for Sword and Shield. And then if you got Fire Shot, it's even better. Hunting Horse aside from Fatalis? There's a lot of really great Safi horns you can make, and I think Rajang is also pretty good. Fatalis kind of like takes care of it though, unfortunately. Fatalis is like a great fight, but one of the worst monsters in the world for like how much he invalidates. I respect that he's a good raw choice, but like they should have really made it so that he was only that good on like the really raw weak monsters that didn't have good elemental weaknesses. And let cold weapons lead the way. Even Raging Bracky was better than almost any Sappy weapon you can come up with. It still kind of is. We're gonna try and recover this red health normally. I should really just buy potions and herbs, now that I think about it. Rather than being this stingy, this is like so stingy. How'd I meet my wife? In college, I was working at a tech support center, student-run tech support center, and she was having a problem with her internet. She called me. And then she stalked me after she got my personal information. It's nice. It's alright. The second part, that's not really stock. She just said hello to me on Instant Messenger. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't like she showed up in my window or something. I mean, nowadays, it would be the equivalent of somebody like messaging you on like Instagram or Facebook or something like that. Maybe not Facebook. I don't think anyone under the age of 30 uses Facebook. Kind of messenger? I don't want to talk about it. It wasn't ICQ. That's all that matters. Facebook is still popular here? I mean, that's alright, I guess. I know a lot of people use Facebook Messenger, even if they don't use Facebook. Why is it AOL KEKW? Oh, he's ready! Right? Man, maybe Sword and Shield kind of slaps. I really think it does. I just can't believe it. I can't believe he's ready. I think Sword and Shield's strong. Well, in the newest one, the cat just tells you when they're ready. Or it shows up under the map. Thoughts on Monster Hunter now? I haven't really played it. I live in the middle of nowhere. So I don't get any of the cool mining spots. So I'm like, what's the point? Oh, I'm so good. He's going to land right in it. He's going to land right in it. You're in it. Dude, Sword and Shield's strong. No way Incognito Man got banned. Oh, no. That's from the Capcom channel, Fume. That's not from here. Capcom banned him. He didn't say, he never explained why he got banned. Oh, that's GDQ ban. Sorry, I thought it was a Capcom ban. I think that is a Capcom ban. I think it might be Capcom. I mean, it might be Capcom and GDQ. I mean, I could GPS spoof now, probably, and get mining and stuff that way. It's just like... I don't know. I mean, I feel like you gotta walk to make it worth it. You can't spoof, it's banned. I played like 5 minutes spoofed. I was in Central Park in New York City and I didn't get banned. Maybe I'm banned now. Maybe if I try to log back in, I'll be banned. I don't know. I mean, it was like a week or two ago. That's pretty wild that you're just able to play it from your house. I mean, how far does he move? Does he just, like, keep walking? Where are we now? I would love to make an upgraded weapon. Maybe I should just try and make the poison battle axe? I really don't know. Hypothetical question, chat. If you were a sword and shield in Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, what sword and shield would you want to be? Death Prize? We can't do it yet, but that is a good one. The shitty ice crystal one? It's not bad once it gets some upgrades. Gypsero's axe is in this game, as is the Iodrome one, and you still have to decide whether you want more poison or whether you want like more Technically, the Iodrome one upgrades further and longer, but it does upgrade into the Rathian weapon, which I'll probably never use. I just feel like we're about at that point where I'm going to want to have like a status or an element, and like there's really not a lot of choices. They're all pretty bad early on, outside of... Yeah, I mean, they're all bad outside of the Poison Battle Axe. Alright, well, I guess that's our answer. I don't think I'm going to do Sleep Bombing, though. Although I agree with you, it's not a bad one. Yeah, I think we got to go Battle Axe. Even though its upgrade ends kind of early. I'm trying to see how painful it is to upgrade the Princess Rapier. Requires a Rathian plate. Final upgrade in low rank for the Hydra Bite is... Oh, I wouldn't be able to upgrade it until, Volcano. I mean, it's not particularly hard to make. 4 rubbery hides, 4 poison sacks. The high rank upgrade is pretty powerful, too. I mean, it's the sort of thing where, like, it's going to work on everything. And some of the elders, you'd rather have poison anyways.
You. You.
The Shakalaka sword? Is that easy to make? We're obviously not going to use this. I'm just upgrading it. I mean, things do have pretty low life in this game, so anything that you can poison, you're going to be doing all right on. I mean, the only thing it's not going to work great on, for sure, is, like, Kezu and Rathalos and Rathian. Everything else should be okay. I know it's pretty good on Plesioth, right? Doesn't Plesioth take pretty good poison damage? He used to. You know, I wasn't even thinking about Bizarrios, but you are right. I'm not going to have water for Bizarrios. Well, poison will be better on him than nothing, right? At best, I could have ice. And I don't think he even takes that much ice. And the ice weapon's really bad. Use bombs? We'll use as many bombs as we can. Which is to say 3, because I'm probably not going to get Scatterfish. I just said I should buy potions, and then, like, I just, like, didn't. Oh, what is wrong with me? Oh, what is wrong with me? God, this mod is so good. Things just fly out of the item box at you. That has to be faster than World. I don't know if he starts in 4, 2, or 8, or 6. I have no idea where he starts. He sleeps in 2. It's like so fast. Item mod cheater, that's right. Cancel me. I deserve it. It's a shame we don't have Greatsword. I remember at one point I was full on flinch locking Gypceros on the tail with a Greatsword. You know, one of the original, and I think still one of the best. Even a lot of these monster intros are, like, really good. They did more work on the monster intros in this game than they did in Generation. How screwed up is that? It's absolutely true. Monsters and Generations, for the most part, they just got, like, their name on a title card. He's done a lot of damage already by just trampling me. Okay, we're in like death range, I think. I like how the cat is just like passed out with stars above his head. They had some fun with the names in Freedom Unite. Miguel, Texas, Con, Ronan. What's up, gamers? Gaming. You ever finished that Alatreon solo or no? I have not seen Mossberg, but Mossberg is beautiful. No? You'll get there, champ. Oh, he's coming in! Spend some time tearing up. What are you using for a weapon? Valkana with Frostcraft crit draw build. That should give you a little extra ice. Valkana's a little bit hard because it doesn't really have like a ton of ice on it though. I guess all you need is one topple though. Oh yeah, if you got the fish greatsword with a full ice attack charm, you're golden. As long as you're not getting killed by Eschaton, you should be able to clutch it out. Greatsword could have been doing that this whole time. Just going for draw slashes on the tail like that. Oh, he's already, okay. That's good. They should really psych you out with, like, the quest end music as well. Whenever he does that. It'd be a little cruel, but it would be, like, really funny. He's limping, too. You know, I would have thought this would have taken a lot longer. Given that it's sword and shield, no element, and I'm attacking his ankles. I don't really know that purple Gypsteros does anything different from normal Gypsteros. I don't even know if the hit zones are different. I know Red Kezu is like the weird wiggle head thing. I can't think of a different move from purple Gypsteros. I really can't. Green Conga Lala is better at farting. I believe you that it's stronger poison in 4U, but I don't know that it's anything in Freedom Unite. Bigger poison globs? Is that like a theory, or is that like you're pretty sure they're larger? I'm gonna check the damage formula if I have it up. Yeah, they got identical hit zones. I actually got a couple poison things there. That's pretty good.
Yo.
So one more hide, one more poison sack. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. This is like right around the amount of effort I feel like you should have to put into upgrading your weapons. Killing a monster twice, having the fight take about 10 minutes, that feels right to me, you know? That doesn't feel bad. Yeah, unfortunately, the Poison Battle Axe does not upgrade into G rank. I mean, there is, like, the G ticket weapons. They're all... I don't think any of them is, like, best of the element or poison that they have. But, if you really like the design, they at least give you the option to use them. And I think that's pretty neat, too. Oh, final upgrade should take longer? Yeah. Maybe, yeah, maybe a little bit more work. Ooh, there's a purple Gypsteros. The hell? Already? He's not on the list. Oh! Purple rubbery hides is needed for another upgrade. But we would need Monster Bone Plus. What's the earliest Monster Bone Plus we can get? Why were they implemented? And how were they implemented? I think they were implemented so you could use any weapon in the game for style purposes. I think that's it. Is there a cart reward guide? I don't know which one's more. These things were dropped in 2010. Monster Bone Plus. Rathalos. Diablos. Does it have the Japanese DLC? It does. I don't know, man. I don't know what the first time you get them. It's got everything. The definitive version of Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, allowing permanent preservation of DLC that could go away someday. Man, to Capcom's credit, they have not shut down the servers yet. And I don't think, really, anyone would complain if they shut down the servers for Freedom or Freedom Unite. I mean, we would. But, you know, it's a 13-year-old game. I mean, like, I'm curious, like, is it just, like, running on, like, a server somewhere in Japan? Actually, you probably know the answer to that, don't you, Incognito? Where does the IP address tell you where it's pointed at? Like, what country it's in? I'm just curious. Like, I don't want to go there. I'm not going to, like, show up. Be like, I want to see the DLC box. It's running on their Viper server? I don't know what a Viper server is. Is that like a hosting service? In my mind, I always imagined a server running on, like, in a janitor's closet. What gender is better looking armor in GU? I mean, girls generally have cute and or somewhat sexy things, and guys usually have, like, big, cool looking things. Depends on what you want. I have never heard of it. The female armor sometimes inexplicably is missing, like, the ability to, like, have an actual helmet. So you just have, like, a cool looking armor set with just, like, a little face poking out the top. And so in general, I'd say males have better looking armor. But I mean, there's still some fun female armor designs out there. I love the female pumpkin armor in Portable Third. Is that a record? That reminds me of that YouTube video that's Ryan doing the alley-oop like 14 times in a row. Alley-oop, 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 alley-oop. I mean, GU is worth playing. If it's your first time through, you'll have fun. Has more resistances to, like, what status? Dude, he just, like, intimidated me. He just ran up to me and then stopped. Oh my god, this is so fast. What? I didn't even get a chance to carve him. Yo, what the hell? He didn't even give me a chance. I think the cat hit him and it, like, got him angry. Normally you get a chance to carve at least once. Think you can just do that? You can just do that. No, but when he starts doing that, isn't that like his tell? Or like when he's ready for capture? When he starts faking death? I thought it was. He's at least close. I think it's even worth, like, blocking that stun. I feel like you can mash out of it so quick. I thought you had all the quests in Incognito Man. Or are you saying you restored Freedom 2 quests that are not normally in the game? I see. Freedom 2 is still kind of messed up, Rundus. Freedom Unite is the first time, like, input buffering and everything like that feels good. It's actually the best thing that Ichinose ever did for the series. Was Freedom Unite and fixing, like, just letting us buffer inputs normally. So they were trying to get you to time your inputs. The concept was super combos. You know, on console, they wanted it to feel like real chunky swinging your weapon. And they're like, well, on a portable, we can't just let people push the button and attack. That would be too easy. You'll find videos of people out there saying, like, PSPP is broken. They're like, I'm pressing the button with turbo and my attacks aren't coming out perfectly. It's not the emulator. Super combo. It's not a good system. It's not fun to play on. Those people also like bowgun speedrunners? Possibly, I don't know. You'd have to check, I don't know. I don't automatically do like a Columbo style investigation on everyone who plays Monster Hunter. Believe it or not. Only if they're submitting world record light bowgun speedruns after saying, I want to use turbo, and then clearly using turbo, and then saying, oh, I'm not using turbo. But I'm the asshole. Is there like bugs over here? You thought I was the police? I'm not the police. I'm not even a moderator anywhere. I don't think I should be a moderator. I'm a streamer. Even an emoji meme that is literally me as an asshole. That's just me putting on a sweater, man. No snitching. I like all the icons, man. This game's so good. It's still so good. Hold up. There we go. So it does have less purple or green sharpness. Actually, quite a lot less green sharpness. It actually loses green sharpness upgrading from the Assassin's Dagger. But it does have more raw. It does have poison. And actually, status doesn't depend at all on sharpness. So even if we're in yellow, like, we can live with that. We've got speed sharpener. It's not that big of a deal. So I don't really know what the next upgrade is. They're like all the elemental upgrades, like they're like, we'll give you element, but we're going to remove all of your raw. Get dung from Popo? I mean, I should fill up my kitchen cats at some point. Is the barrel cat free? I'll consider it. I don't have enough worms. He better give me poo. I actually need it. Very grateful. Very kind of him. I find this game much more entertaining to watch than World. I'm too powerful in World. It's very unlikely that I'll die and face any consequences. This game, you can die and suffer consequences. Fruit and drink. Get out of here. Hold on a second. There's something I need to buy. Piscine or Pelagus? The powerful leader of the wild boars, known for its enormous tusks. More aggressive than a bullfongo, it is known to rush into a fight, and is extremely proficient at locating a foe. It's actually not that good at it. He's really not that good. I'm not like throwing shade at the bull drone, but he's like, he ain't it. That's not the guy you want tracking people down. Alright, let's go to 3-star. 3-star? 4-star? 3-star. Blongo. Oh, 10 Blongos. Daimyo Hermitar. Man, there's like nothing. I think poison's pretty good on Daimyo Hermitar. I think he takes okay poison damage. God, that's like such... Like, I'm not used to that, man. Twin Terrors when? I don't know if I'm going to be going through Necote in this playthrough, because I'm planning to go to G rank. And I don't think there's any, like, high rank exclusive stuff. Is Nargacuga... Is there a high rank Nargacuga in the guild? Or is like high rank Nargacuga only in the village? Did you Monster Hunter with Sword and Shield? Don't I have to do like every quest in the game to get that up? You can't skip. No, you can't skip the guild. No, that's hallucinations. Those are the voices. I know I have another Monster Hunter game to play. What's your rush? Well, all right. If I do end up making and upgrading a bunch of sword and shields, I'd consider it. Monster Hunter is what? Tigrix, Nargacuga. What else? Those are the two I remember the most. Cracky? You're tripping. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of sharpening. I think Hermitar is a way more enjoyable fight than Sienitar. This isn't World Streamer. I will time you out for a week. And that's not an idle threat. Like, you know I'll just do it. Damn, even his little hand came out to the right. Well, he's pissed off, I guess. I feel like he's harder in dose. Is it me? Very handsome and have nice hair. Alright, you just got yourself +1 point. Alright, don't waste it. Kushala Daora is easier in dose. He's way easier in dose. Sword and Shield like breaks the wings in like 4 or 5 jumping attacks with like death prize. He constantly growls at you, giving you huge opportunities to hit him in the face. I mean, Dose is an experience, but, like, it's not that long. Like, if you focus on, like, a light bowgun, you could easily beat the game in, like, 12, 13 hours. I mean, there's even a... Jesus Christ. There's even a patch, you know, full English patch at some point. That was sick. Frontier is Dose? I mean, it started as Dose. I mean, it's definitely not Dose anymore. But it did. Yeah, you're right. I think it might be good. I'm starting to think Sword and Shield might be good in Freedom Unite. I mean, it doesn't feel bad. I mean, that looks pretty fast, doesn't it? I thought it was bad in Freedom Unite. It seems pretty okay. I mean, I just one zoned a Hermitar. I just don't, I mean, look, I've played this game a ton, man. I mean, I've done a bunch of all credit playthroughs of this game, and I don't remember most weapons slaying this fast. Yeah, I was wrong. I'm a liar. Well, I was at least incorrect. I mean, I was going off of knowledge from a long time ago when I was a lot worse at the video game. That's my only excuse. You know, I'm not even going to bother with the power seeds. I'm just going to keep going. 10. Deliver 10 special mushrooms. Let's do the, was it like 10 blongos first? Is G rank in this game always scaled for multiplayer? There is no dynamic scaling in this game. If you were to ask me how online feels, it feels like it's scaled for 2 players. But it's just like kind of like a weird, it's like a weird thing to even talk about because it's like it's technically not scaled. You gonna watch Village Freedom Unite all day? What about Guild Freedom Unite all day? We could make it dynamically scale? Oh, don't do that. Oh, no. No, no, no. It's good. It's great the way it is. Please don't. That's amazing that you could do that, but please don't do it. Only if it makes it harder. Then that's okay. 2-player until world? I mean, but it's like not really, like, what is scaling? Scaling to me implies we have a base value and it got changed. We comparing it to village? If we wanted to make the games dynamically harder with more players, like now you've got my attention. Freedom Unite had ad hoc online through ad hoc on the PS3. Well, the PS3, I don't think had, I mean, ad hoc party didn't even exist when Freedom Unite came out. Or certainly it didn't exist when Portable 2nd G was released. But that's why I bought a PlayStation 3. I literally bought a PlayStation 3 to play this game online. When was Portable 2nd G? Like 2008? I know it took like a year, maybe more than a year to get the translation for Freedom Unite. I mean, actually, like, what was Capcom doing? You have a video game, just translate it. Did you never find an HTTP stripping device incognito, man? Dude, there's got to be something off of Alibaba you can order. How are they so rare? I know I have one. I don't know if I have 2. I know I have at least 1. That's why your fingers on your left hand hurt. You think there would be a software mod on the PS3? Because, like, you could homebrew it now that would remove the HDCP. What came first, Rajang or Blaganga? They came in the same video game. Technically, you fought Blaganga first, but they were both in DOS. Only debugging. That's crazy, dude. Oh, mint chocolate chip documentary? We might do a watch along on this channel at some point. about the mint chocolate chip documentary. We may as well. I've never watched the full thing. I mean, it's like, whatever. It's just a YouTube video. Like, nobody's obligated to watch it. My only complaint is, like, he makes one argument, and then he makes the same argument forever. The, ice cream argument. But, you know, to a certain degree, I do agree with them. I mean, you know, I prefer Monster Hunter being, like, a little bit of a pain in the ass. I like it being a little bit of a pain in the ass. I mean, I don't know. If you search Monster Hunter dose video essay, it'll probably be one of the... I mean, look for... It's like a 4-hour-long video. I forget how long it is. It's very long. Dose is a particular pain in the ass. Is it too much of a pain in the ass? I mean, it's a subjective question. I mean... Having played some of the online of Dose, it's too much of a pain in the ass online. It's like as bad as it is offline, it's like even worse online. Does any Monster Hunter have a hot spring like Portable Third? Only Portable Third. I don't think there's anything like that in Frontier. I mean, there's group eating, but there's not like a hot spring. Unless, do we count World? Yeah, it's kind of got a sauna sort of thing going on. Hey, Turnip, good morning. Is it like 7 a.m. for you? So we're going to try and make even better gathering armor. Because the next mission is going to be gathering. Did I buy worms? Exactly 7:04. I've been playing Monster Hunter Freedom Unite for 3.5 hours. I've been having a great time. Even better now that you're here. Been working too much? I know you're, you got to get on the move soon. Hope that's working out. I know you're leaving where you are. You and your roommates are all going, right? You got like a you're like the caravan from 4U. Just bought the tickets yesterday? Damn. VR caravan, it's so cool. I mean, it sucks, but it's a little cool. Well, if it would help in any way, send me your rate sheet. Post it somewhere in the Discord. I wouldn't mind at least getting some new badges or something thought up of. We're coming up on the 5-year anniversary. It's probably about time. I mean, if you all got each other, I mean, that's awesome. Gonna finish Low Rank Village at this rate tonight? I mean, we might kill Tigrix. I mean, that sounds fun, right?
Yo.
Kevin Itsuno badge for Dogma? That's not the direction I was thinking of going in. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. God, I would love to have this, but man, that is like a mega pain in the ass to make. Celiana's got some nice music. Gathering. Please. Gathering. How hard is it? You can make 2? That might be enough. Hello? Alright, so only 1. That's not bad. And then there is backpacking. I don't know how hard that is to do. Just do it? Probably not a bad idea. You know, doing like ore runs is actually an amazing way of getting Poke points in this game. You get like 1,000 points per ore or something like that. You can always look at your own hands. That's like Zen. Backpacking, it helps you carry heavy things faster. Like eggs and stuff like that. It's kind of important. Like everything before World, like backpacking was kind of hard to do. You're my special mushroom. You definitely are. Ah, it's so beautiful. Repeating water textures? It's not even that bad. Some people complain about the repeating textures in the game, but like, honestly, that looks better than a lot of modern day water, in my opinion. Because it looks like a river. It looks better than 3 Ultimates water. That's for damn sure. That looks like ass. That's so bad. Do I like Skybox Aptonoths? I love them. They look great. They're moving. How do you think that artist meeting went when they were like compressing these Aptonoths to be in the background? I mean, they would have been looking at it on like a PSP screen, right? On a PSP screen, it probably doesn't look that bad. It's good enough. That's all it needs to be. Like, it wasn't designed to be played at like 720p like we're playing it now, and then blown up to 1080p. Were they there in Monster Hunter 1? I think I think it's basically the same in Monster Hunter 1. Firefield and Frontier is such a dreamscape. It looks so perfect. I really hope that project releases within the next 365 days, because I really would love to start playing and streaming it. I have a certain thought about it, and I don't want to compromise on it until it's released. Criminal level asset qualities? What does that mean? What's a criminal level asset quality? Who's going to jail? The village skybox? It looks fine. I don't think it looks bad. If only I knew how it was supposed to look. It's never bothered me. Did they screw up or something? Is it like stretched or warped or something? There's a whole missing mountain? See, that would just look weird to me because like I'm not used to seeing it. You got like no special mushrooms, right? Go to area 7 and sit on the mushroom. You want to see what the elder gives me? He's there. It's a pretty area that you are never technically required to go into. But it does look really nice, doesn't it? He actually did give me a special mushroom. That's actually amazing. Nah, it's pretty good, man. I mean, look, the whole quest is getting special mushrooms, and I've had, like, none. I've had, like, none of them, so I'll take it. Oh, we're cruising now. I always got scared in G rank when the shakalakas started showing up. And they would, like, surprise you. So, like, how hard would it be to try and restore the textures incognito, man? He did call me a lazy dog bopper. He's like, go get your own stuff. Oh, yeah. I mean, I assume the reason they did it, I assume, is because it would not run on actual PSP hardware. And wait, are you telling me there's a 256 color limit on the PSP screen? Seriously? Textures are limited. I see. That's crazy. I mean, I don't know. I would say in general, though, like, I love the way the PSP graphics look. Like, they're pretty close to a PlayStation 2. Like, I know a PlayStation 2 can technically do a little bit more, I think, but they come pretty close. Ooh, that's a full fertilize right there. That's a big dung. I think we're already up to Blaganga. I think we're already there.
Yo.
Yep. Blaganga time. It's a shame they got so greedy with the Vita. I wonder whose responsibility that was. Like, I want to blame Sony of America, but it's possible it was Japan. I have no idea. This is random food. I'm a genius. Farming Kutku? His armor's pretty good. His full armor is probably better than the battle armor. Battle armor's just if you're lazy. Being a little lazy. Yeah, health and attack versus attack and speed sharpener. Shouldn't take 3.5 hours to say them? Well, you gotta get that AdSense, brother.
Yo.
Strength, right? Is that 2? Sword and Shield and Gunlance? Yeah, they're both really good. You're in that guy's Patreon for his Lego tutorials? That's pretty cool. Good for you. Good for you for supporting him. I forget what a good early Gunlance to go for is. Probably, I mean, I don't know. Shelling damage isn't super significant. Shelling is really more of like, I want to reset my pokes than like actual damage most of the time in this game, I feel like. You're not going to go wrong with the Iron Gunlance. Fine. Alright, this should go okay for Blaganga. Be nice to have extra health. It's like, that just like changes. There's sometimes stuff I just leave in the box because it's like, I don't want to bother picking it up. But now that it's basically like frame instant, like why not? Just get it. I should really be grabbing everything. Be like a little greedy guy. Selling the shots and stuff like that. I'm imagining what it would be like if you played this online with other people and like the 4 of you all run up to the box and it just immediately empties out as you dump everything into your bag. What does that look like? For somebody with it and then somebody doesn't have it. That's cruel. I know that's not your intention, but like that would be cruel. Just like, I wanted to grab my first aid meds. No! Yeah, he made the box way faster. It's like frame instant for each item. It's like as fast as you can move, like per frame. I don't know if it's at 30 frames or 60 frames. I think it's 30 frames. But I guess in theory, like, you can grab 15 items in like one frame, in 1 second. If your controller could even register inputs that quickly, I don't even know if you can. I don't even know if it's worth killing the Blongas because, like, it just summons them again anyways. I'd like to at least get a poison off on him. Wild Hearts Monkey was actually kind of fun. He was hard, but I would say he was pretty fun. He was creative. Stretch arms, strong arms. I didn't hate Wild Hearts. I hated the performance. Oh, you did multiplayer, so it was just... Oh, I can't even imagine playing that game primarily through multiplayer. That would have been terrible. With all the performance issues. I can only imagine. That must have been bad. Midster Hunter? It really doesn't deserve that much hate. I mean, the performance deserves hate. Definitely. But, like, the design and concept, I mean, there was some fun stuff there. I mean, the Karakuri stuff, with all of its transformations. I mean, if that weapon were in Monster Hunter, people would lose their minds over it. Cool. I think the buildings themselves were sort of like fundamentally flawed, if only because like it felt like for a lot of the monsters things were scaled to be so difficult, and this is coming from like a full-time Monster Hunter man-child, that they were really balanced around constantly getting little flinches off of the buildings. If I'm streaming Double Cross and you're at home, you're home, buddy. I mean, it is nice to kind of be in, like, more of a human time zone, right? I mean, I would love to find out the real story turnip behind Wild Hearts and how it got to that. Apparently, it was designed for PS4 and was presumably running fairly well for a PS4, because that's what it was designed for. And then somewhere along the line, somebody's like, well, it's got to be next gen. And they started adding visual crap to it that it really did not need. Because it didn't even really look like a PS5 game. It looked pretty much like a kind of good PS4 game. I'm glad I'm streaming late. We're going to do some late streams for a little while. I don't want to work at UPS, so I'm going to try and do some night streams. I can't promise I'm going to do them every night of the week. I certainly won't do them on Sundays, I don't think. But I'll do them most days. Probably be a little bit more of a relaxed vibe during the day stream. Why would you have to work at UPS? I mean, there's not even an announcement for the next Monster Hunter game, man. It's been The last real content for Monster Hunter dropped in like April of this year. It was like April or May. The true last update was like June. I'm not saying that UPS is going to be easy. I'm just saying, like, I got to pay my mortgage. That's all I'm saying. Now does not count. I do not count now. Getting Pumpkin Kulu? I mean, all that sort of stuff is like really neat. Like, I do really like it. If I lived in a better area, I would definitely play it. I do at half a marathon working at UPS. Well, I'm assuming, I mean, look, a lot of exercise and like the pay, from what they say, seems like it's okay. I don't know. I guess starting pay is probably not much more than 20 an hour. There's drivers though making like 40 bucks. That's not bad. Oh. Yeah, I gotta. Yeah, I know. It's shameful. I gotta run. I can't do this. He's gonna kill me. No, I mean, I don't know if you missed it, Trey Dog. There was national news over the UPS union negotiating, like, people were saying it was like over $150,000 a year. I mean, they were conflating salary and benefits, so like it wasn't really honest. They're making it sound as if a UPS delivery driver was making like over $100,000 a year, and that's just not true. And you know, if they are, so what? It's not like a manager at like a company deserves to get paid that much. $90,000 with good benefits? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good, right? Don't need a gym membership? Probably. He's already limping. Feeling very strong. Try and work for UPS as well. I wish you luck, brother. He never wiped the paintball off. I'm just thinking about it. I'm not threatening anyone. I'm not like, I'm gonna work for UPS. But I'm just keeping my options open. A lot of jobs don't feel viable nowadays. There seems to be a lot of imbalance in jobs. Like, there'll be jobs that pay nothing, and then there'll be jobs that feel like they do the exact same thing, and they're paying, like, double. And then applying for jobs may as well be impossible as far as I can tell. And not that I've applied to anything yet, but I've looked at them, and it's always like where are these candidates that they're expecting to find? I mean, I know it's like, you're supposed to just apply anyways. Because obviously they're looking for the dream candidate. And they may not get one. They might just need a human being. But whenever I have applied for the jobs in the past, it's been rough, man. Yeah, I mean, if you're willing to learn a trade, even one of the more basic trades like carpentry, I think probably pays $30 or $40 an hour now. I would say in general, like if you could learn a trade, anything that would allow you to work for yourself is pretty base. I don't know. I just hate having a boss. Like I don't want to. All the guy telling me, kiss my ass. Can you make a living selling art? It's not easy. You know, I mean, you could work. I mean, you're in Canada. I mean, there's plenty of. You could work for Ubisoft. Be a little art monkey. Apparently, that's the story of Phil Fish. He went to the Canadian art design school for games and got a job at Ubisoft, and he said it was the worst experience in his life. Can you imagine the worst experience in his life? I mean, a person that can smile, make small talk, you know, stuff like that, Condor, seem like they'll put in the effort, is way better than any degree. At least from a customer service position like you guys are in. How bad could it be in reality? I mean, I'm sure it could be very boring. You know, he was working on, like, those generic movie tie-in games. So, like, when you go into game design, like, you think you're going to work on, like, the next Mario or the next Contra. You don't think you're going to work on, like, Frozen 3 direct, you know, to streaming iPhone game tie-in, you know? 4 years in Japan of some kind of work value? I mean, there's a lot of very well-paying ESL positions in my state, if you're certified. You make a lot of money teaching English as a second language, at least in the US, around where I am. You got to get certified, but after 4 years, I mean, that shouldn't be that hard. Certainly should count. I mean, it seems like it's a really in-demand position. Hope I'm well. I'm doing pretty good. Or Limitless, hopefully you're doing well as well. You know, I mean, you know, look, I'm living the dream, right? I'm playing video games, internet clown, man-child for a living. But there's definitely something to be said for having a job that you're happy with, just happy enough with, that pays you well, and then you could just fully indulge in your hobbies in your spare time. You know what I mean? Like, there's absolutely something to that, and that's not something that you necessarily need to feel bad about. That is the vast majority of humanity. So much of so many other things come down, not even to skill or talent, but just luck. I mean, that's just it, Incognito Man. You're like, oh boy, I finally got hired at Capcom, and like, your job is working on like Mega Man X Divers mobile game. You're like, what? Freedom Unite is a huge step up from Freedom, and I'm not hating on Freedom, but it's just like a better game. Oh, we got the Volcanic Zone. That means we got Dragonite? I'm about to crap my pants. We got Dragonite. That changes things. We got Stripe Skin, so we could upgrade our Velocidrome bite. Right? Well, we need a Velocidrome head. Where do I get a Velocidrome head? I mean, I know I get it from a Velocidrome. Is that low rank? Can I get it from low rank? I'm just gonna say you're good. You don't have to play Freedom. Head. I don't have, there's not a very good very good guide for this, is there? Apparently it is low rank. That would allow us to get the Velocidrome bite. I mean, that's a monster upgrade. I just don't know where I can get Monster Bone Plus. So if I could, I would upgrade that instead. Is the double Velocidrome here? Apparently this gives a good chance of it, double Velocidrome. That's funny, Condor. The guy just did nothing for a month? Must have been nice getting those paychecks. I think we can get Bone Plus from the big monsters here. Like Monoblos, I think we'll give it. I'm almost positive Monoblos gives it. Rathalos, I think, gives it. I'm just trying to decide what we're going to go with. Thunderbug Juice. I would love to have Death Prize. Time to sleep. Have a good night. Only issue with Gypcero's head is, like, we would have to carve it. And, like, that's going to suck. Because, like, I can't break the head. Alright, you're tweaking out, Granny. Hold on. She's making a lot of noises over there. It's really just a matter if we want to try and upgrade. So the funny thing is, if we want a water weapon, we got to make the Velocidrome Blight Plus anyways. Oh, can you get Bone Plus from Daimyo in the guild? Interesting. What sort of equipment did you get him? Like, what, a laptop? I think I'm just going to go for the Velocidrome. It just makes the most sense. Like, we might have to murder a lot of Velocidrome. But, I mean, shouldn't be that bad. It's kind of an insane amount of raw. 140? Oh, sorry, 180.
You.
Who's better, Velocidrome or Great Jaggy? Great Jaggy, and it's not even close. It's like such like an out of place upgrade. 180 raw. That's kind of insane. I wonder if this quest is like a high drop rate on heads. In 3 weeks, he didn't make one sale, and then he said he was moving to Washington and never came back. I'm assuming you guys give him like he gets leads and stuff, right? Like, you didn't just send him out into the world with no leads or no advertising. 3-star guild Daimyo can drop Bone Plus. I think I'm going to give the Velocidromes a couple shots. And we'll see how it goes from there. On. Gonna go to bed. We'll do some World in the morning. I don't know if we'll do Freedom Unite during the day or if we'll try and leave this as like a little night treat. What do you think? Doesn't sound like a very hard job, Condor. Just don't be a dick and offer him a good deal. Well, this quest is gonna go fast. Do it at night, see if something you watch. Would you rather watch this or Monster Hunter World? Be honest. I won't judge you either way. I like both games. As long as you don't say Rise, you're okay. You haven't finished World yet? For real? That was pretty fast. Like, guys? Yeah, you get what you deserve. About to go to sleep. Have a good night. Man, we just blast through them, huh? Does that word get you timed out? It's only like 5 minutes. You're not loving the claw? I mean, best advice I can give is in high rank, try to do the things you need to do to get the Rocksteady mantle. And then once you start master rank, you can make the Shaver Charm, which will let you tenderize in one hit if you're not using a heavy weapon. Who said just get it the first time? Who said that? Holy crap. Wow. That's like a 2% chance. Hey, it's a 2% chance on a carve, apparently. Cheater, you wish. Well, some of us are just built different, man.
You.
No, yeah, no mantles is fine too. I mean, you don't need Claw Stagger to do a tenderize. What I will do is just usually wallbang and then use that as an opportunity to tenderize. Or sometimes there's just like moves you can tenderize on. It's not a problem. All right, so let's bring some meat, and then is there like a remote request? But yeah, I mean, I respect not using mantles. That's based. Think they bounce around mantles too much? Towards the end, they were definitely expecting you to use Rocksteady and Temporal Mantle. They definitely balanced around the Clutch Claw in Master Rank. Did they balance around mantles? I don't know. But for sure they were balancing around the Clutch Claw. I mean, because they added it to the game. They wanted you to use it. There are some fights it actually works out. Like Velkhana, the Clutch Claw makes sense. Fulgur enough to an extent, it makes sense. Even Acidic Glavenus, the Clutch Claw, makes sense. There's just a lot of monsters that didn't really get enough of a redesign for it to make sense. That was the issue. I didn't bring any cool drinks. You notice Jaggy's... Do I have MSAA enabled? I am only... The only option I have is 720p. I'm not at 1080p. There should be some Jaggies. I want there to be some Jaggies. I'm at 2x. I don't like it at 1080p, you know? I mean, for me personally, I want it to look a little bit like ass. I think it, you know, when you start trying to make it look like a 4K game, it, like, doesn't look right. I mean, I think my settings look okay. I mean, it's running really well. Not that it shouldn't run well, but it's running really well, so... I don't really have any complaints at all with how it's running right now. What? Where's the remote, bro? Excuse me? Where's the remote, bro? What? That's not good. This is gathering. Maybe they don't show up here. I'm gathering. Those little bastards. So I got to do a real quest? Alright. I thought there was like mining here. Never made it to Fatalis? You should get to and solo Fatalis. I didn't see one. I did not see a remote quest. There's probably an event quest with them. Even at 1 star. I mean, my only thing with Ice, and look, I can't say too much because I never played it. But from what I've read in the patch notes, it makes the game easier, and like I don't understand it. Iceborne, it really took until the final patch before it's a little bit more enjoyable to play, because the game's definitely bounced around the Clutch Claw, but like for like the vast majority of the existence, if you played a light weapon, you had to tenderize everything twice, and then it lasted for 90 seconds. Owned. I do remember you saying Horizon bricked your PS5. And I'm surprised that you lost your save. There was no PlayStation backup? Well, there's a lot of changes to the movesets in Iceborne that I think are just bad for the game. I think the changes to Sword and Shield are worse. Let's start from the top. Great Sword. Basically unchanged. I mean, improved Charge Slash doesn't really matter. It's just a damage buff. Longsword. Special Sheath is fine. It's not too broken. That was the big change there. And I'm not counting Slinger Burst. Hammer actually plays kind of well with the Clutch Claw. I would say kind of improved. Hunting Horn, way worse. Echo Note, real bad. Lance, about the same. Clutch Claws, okay. Clutch Claw counter's okay. Gun Lance, Worm Snake Burst, annoying as hell. Fun to set up. Once it's set up, but really annoying to set it up. Insect Glaive, better. Charge Blade, kind of the same. Switch Axe, worse only because of zero-sum butt boy. Bow, basically unchanged. Light bowgun, heavy bowgun, who cares? What am I missing? Did I miss anything? You care? Pierce light bowgun was fun from when I used it. Heavy bowgun scoped normal 3, kind of fun. Still know how to use the charge blade. You gotta get the juice. Time me out. I mean, I didn't time you out, man. I didn't like do it myself. It was like the bot did that. Volcano, day, Ioprey, Iodrome, Bizarios, Shogun, Bizarios, Iodrome. One of these is probably like Scoped heavy bowgun spread 3, actually the worst thing ever. Actually, maybe the worst thing ever. Where are we? Has this game aged like fine wine or something you get at a Walmart? That sounds a little classist against Walmart, to be honest with you. This game is as fun as the day it came out. Key quest, more coal, please. Sure. Fine wine for a boomer? You think only boomers can enjoy this game? I pity you. There's like 12-year-old kids doing speedruns on like Super Mario World on the NES. That's crazy, man. Anyone can enjoy this game. Hot drink can get rid of. I don't think many new players are getting into the game and liking it. I mean, that's a them issue, right? No! Hold on, we need to save him. Charge sword is underrated? It's actually alright. More coal, please. This is a key quest, I think. Somebody told me the other day that when I reset somebody's timeout to 1 second, they don't get saved, and they just add 1 second to the timeout. And if that's the case, I'm very sorry. Favorite village theme, man. If you're sitting in the Poke Village, it sounds so good. Play this game at 16 on the phone emulated? I never got into that. I know there's a lot of people that play phone games. Like PSP games on their phone, but that was never me. I just played it on the PSP. That makes me sound like a boomer, doesn't it? Least favorite village theme. Yes. Get it in 1. I believe in you. Ravinacious got it. I can't, you know, it was a little bit of a jam when I first started listening to it, but dude. That Rise Village theme is like an earworm now, dude. So bad. There's like some remix versions that are actually kind of okay. What happens if I run out of pickaxes? Do I die in real life? You got a favorite version of Poke Village? I don't even know what that means. Freedom 2, Freedom Unite, or Generations? What does that even mean? I don't know what that means. Do I like Generations better? I know there's some different like tracks, but like I don't know, they're all pretty good. There's no Remobra here. It is technically a gathering quest. Maybe we gotta do like Shogun Cianatar. Man, by the time I get the stripes, man. You know the Iodrome one has one? I mean, this was a key quest anyway, so like I'm not butthurt, but it's kind of annoying. PSP Go screen was as small as the original DS screen. For a while, I wanted to get a PSP Go with a dock because it could do component out with like a DualShock 3, and I thought it would be fun to play games on a CRT TV like that. I never got around to doing that. The thing is I think it finally went full circle. I think LCDs now, especially OLEDs, you could play old titles on and they like look fine. Like, there's definitely, like, the real 8 or 16-bit games definitely look better on a CRT, but you can do stuff to clean them up and they look fine. Are there pickaxes here? No, I mean, there's literally physically something to CRTs that make older games look better. Like, they weren't designed, like, old retro games weren't designed for you to see, like, every single little pixel. And that being said, there's some people that like seeing every pixel. Like, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But they were designed with, like, pixel blur and scan lines and stuff like that in mind. The Gateway CRT from 2003. Don't throw it away, man. At least make sure, you know, try to give it away at some point. I had a monitor I purchased from a medical reseller. It was like an endoscopy monitor used for, like, you know, investigating buttholes. And I was able to play games on it for a while, but it eventually blew up. Saw a video about Monster 6 could be due to a celebration artwork. What would you rather play, a remake of Monster Hunter 1? It's like the strangest thing. Like, I don't, like, what are people even talking about? Like, what do people think, like, a remake of Monster Hunter 1 is going to look like? Like, what is that? What is that in your head? Oh, we're all going to hunt Kutku again. It doesn't make any sense. If it's like, we're going to head back to, like, the old world, quote unquote old world, and, like, hunt stuff there again. All right, that makes sense. C and FUC complete, I believe. But it's like, we're not going to go back to, like, analog attacking and, you know, all the other detritus that comes with, like, Monster Hunter on, like, the PlayStation 2. In your head. Okay, I mean, in your head, it could be whatever you want it to be. It might be... Look, the absolute best case scenario for what it is and what it represents is, like, a very clear and intentional saying of, we're going to scale back some of the more complicated mechanics. I hope. I certainly hope it means you don't have to worry about Monster Hunter Rise, because this is not Monster Hunter Rise. Whether or not they keep mantles, whether or not they keep dogs, wire bugs, all that sort of stuff, I don't know. I really don't. But I really hope that's what it means. The monkey paw curls its finger? What would that mean? What does that mean? That's not going to be a we're not going to go back to a Monster Hunter that's like, we're going to fight between Velocidrome and Monobolers. You know what I mean? That's not happening. In no world is that happening. Could Velocidrome and Monobolos show up in the next game? Sure, I could see it. One Gypsy Hero's head from 50 odds. I don't think it's going to happen. I'd have to carry a powder stone across an open world permanently online MMO map. I'm actually okay with that. I'm actually, like, I'm down. No, I would like that. And you like gotta dodge people as they try to hit you with hammers. How is that unhinged? That sounds fun. How am I the weirdo? It's a shame they got rid of Powder Stone quests and egg delivery quests. They may as well not even exist in any 5th gen game. I am the guy that delivered the Powder Stone. I would go into IRC and like tell people, hey, does anyone want to mine for charms? I'll deliver the Powder Stone. And I would do it. I would eat for Lander, and I would bring my you know, armor for that sort of stuff, and I would do it. Just get it done. Cute therapist. It was fun. It's actually in line with the series. The series was designed for there to be like a person who like cooks or gathers or mines, or in this case, carries a powder stone. That was the original design document back when they were planning it for the PlayStation 2. Dude, I mean, we're getting so many people getting blasted by Automod. It's just great. I think this is one too. The little Cianatars? Nope. Shogun Cianatar. Bizarios. Well, you know what? Bizarios is kind of weak to poison. Maybe we'll do the Bizarios. It was, the whole beginning is supposed to be like someone hanging out, people hunt, and there's a person hanging back like fishing and cooking. It was supposed to be like an accessible game where like, even if somebody wasn't like a sweaty, try-hard gamer, there was a spot for them in the hunting party to help get like supplies and stuff like that. Which is why cooking is an actual mini game and fishing is an actual mini game. Can you cook steaks for us? Sure. I've played multiplayer games before where I was the cook. And I spent over 60 to 70% of the time just cooking and managing cooking things. I played that raft game with Wilbo. It's not for everyone, but I mean, it could be fun, or you can trade off. Not in Monster Hunter? Well, you know, no. You're the errand boy and we'll do the real gameplay? You use cheats so I don't have to cook? I don't know what you're talking about. I send stuff to the handler or to the cats. I muscle viewer lobbies? That's not cheating. That's, you know. Wait, this is at nighttime. There's no Remobra here. Come on! Where are the Remobra? Top Mine Zone doesn't have them? It's night. The route is blocked off. I can't go there. Gen 1 Volcano at night is actually terrifying. What the hell is he doing? What? Wish it hit like that in Rise? No. We must design every fight as if everyone playing this game has ADD and is constantly deprived of their Adderall. Only attack. Take the powder stone from areas 6 to 8 and 2 remembers respawn there. So this is the gathering quest. I can't say for certain, but it was probably Rise. Probably. Ascending vertically. Sword and Shield's feeling real good. I'm not feeling like it's bad at all. I don't know. Come back at me when I'm in actual G rank. Why is Rise on auto time outward? I just don't really want to talk about it. I know we talk about it all the time anyways, but I don't want to. Sword and Shield run? Unless something changes. The weird thing is, like I don't even understand that question. Like, do you like World or Rise more? I would rather somebody just say, like, they themselves like Rise better than ask that question. Because, like, asking that question is just dumb. What the hell do you think, man? What do you see? Do you see me playing it? Do you see me fighting Big Ball Lagambi? No. Incognito Man, is that post there saying that, like, 3U is, like, dead in the water unless we back it up or something? Is it time for a 3U fuck? Three U and 4U. Was an outbreak. You know what, though? I kicked his ass. Did I even get a Bizarrios? I got 3 Macalite ore. Would I like subspecies to return? What? I mean, look, I don't want to insult you, man, but, like, are you okay, dude? Like, everything all right? Like, what are you talking about? No, I want only generations. No subspecies. Only normal monsters. Subspecies scare me. Generations would genuinely be a way better game if they just replaced every one of the normal species with their subspecies. That would be it. That would actually really help the game. They're almost universally better versions. The only bad subspecies is Dalamadur. That guy sucks. but pretty much every other subspecies is at least as good as the original, if not better. Vanilla World Azurlos, it's what, you know, it's part of the package. Yeah, Shah Dalamadur is actual ass cheeks, but everything else is good. Isn't Dala a variant? Shut up. I'm pretty sure it's a subspecies. Where are the Eye of Prey? I killed the Bizarros. A subspecies is like a regional difference of like a monster. Rare species is something you almost never see. Rare. Variant is like kind of like a powered up version of a normal monster, and then like a deviant is like a monster that's lived a long time. I think that's pretty much all of them. If there's another one and I'm missing it, I don't care. Stop care. Deviant is me? It's past midnight and I'm not reading my dojins. So, yeah, I'm deviant. I've only killed 6 Eye of Prey. My favorite dojins? I just click and read it. I don't even look at the text. Shaw? Shaw just like, you bounced on everything. Do I have an FOV mod or something? I do! You're the first person to notice that. That's brave. I read one today that actually like genuinely scares him, so I'm probably gonna be more careful in the future. Just the lightest one, Incognito Man. I didn't want to go heavy. Just a little bit more camera. I thought it'd be interesting. I mean, you can barely tell. But it does kind of open up the game a little bit, doesn't it? It made sense for your character to be all little on the PSP because you were looking at him on a tiny screen. But on a big screen, I think the FOV is okay. Here we go. Here we go. Nerd alert! Coming in with the lore on subspecies. Why don't you go tell us about the black dragons now? What about the equal dragon weapons? It's copy and paste from the wiki. Who do you think writes the wiki? Me? Don't. I should. Wait, people were calling the dragons in Skyrim not dragons? What were they calling them? Aren't they dragons? They look like dragons. Aren't you called Dragonborn? Isn't that a song? Like, isn't that how they advertise the game? Dovahkiin, Dragonborn. I don't know. I don't know. Fusro da! Like, all that stuff? They're wyverns? Have you heard the theory that actually the Gobles we're fighting are all babies and they get large enough that they can actually eat Acedes? Look, I mean, Bethesda's allowed to call them whatever you want. You could look at Bethesda, at Gapey and say that's a butthole, and I could tell you, no, actually that's a sweater. And you can't actually say I'm wrong because I'm the one that made it. I'm technically not the one that made it. That was Scott Van Dusen. But you can't stop me. I cut the last one in half. Try. It's kind of screwed up how much I love Monster Hunter, but how annoyed I get by so much of the fandom. What is that? Have I just been exposed to it for too long? Have I, like, developed an allergy? Welcome to the club? I guess, man. I don't know what it is. I mean, it's not like all Monster Hunter fans. Like, I love Monster Hunter. And I love people that love Monster Hunter. You just get some weird-ass stuff. These guys are gonna have a battle in here, aren't they? All right. Oh, he's gonna drag all the aggro. You know what it is? It's just like 10 years after having played and enjoyed Undertale and then going to the Reddit and being like, I wonder if these other people have played and enjoyed Undertale. And the first thing I see is like Sans standing like with a complete erect penis staring and smiling at me as like the top post. And just being like, what the fuck? What? I'm like, this game isn't a game necessarily made for kids, but I would certainly think this is like a family-friendly game. I would definitely think, from what I know about Toby Fox, that if there was like a public-facing Reddit, that he'd rather not the top comment be a smiling, boner-wielding Sans. But I don't know. I don't think he shut it down. They eventually had to split and have their own NSFW Reddit. Which, like, that's really messed up. We've got so much skeleton boner porn, like, we need to branch off. First of all, I need to address something. There are no bones in your penis. Just in case anyone was under the misconception that there is a bone in there. There is no bone. You do not have a bone. Not in human ones. You're right, Timar. There's a lot of different types of fans out there. What about me? I have a bone because it wouldn't function otherwise. At this point, Condor, I would imagine there's probably the people that were down on World have probably come back around to World with the release of Rise. I think. And we just have to hope against God that that cycle does not repeat itself again with sex. Like, why does he, like, not jump right at me? I'm trying to do the cut in half thing. I don't know if I'll get it. It's a lot easier with a great sword or, like, a long sword. I don't think we're gonna get it. They're not jumping, man. Oh. He's just staring at me, man. He's just staring at me, too. Alright, sorry, I tried. I feel like we've got a pretty decent balance in and around this stream and Discord of people that enthusiastically enjoy Monster Hunter without being a little too weird about it. I feel like there's a pretty good balance. That's Cope. I'm gonna ban you, and we'll be better for it. That's how we stay pure. There's only one way, man. It's not a democracy. Unfortunately. No, I mean, there's definitely other good communities out there. But there's some really bad ones, too. The speedrun section is just like, that's just like a bad place to be in, man. That's just like not healthy, dude. That is not a lift each other up sort of place. So somebody said I can get it from the Gathering Quest. So I'm going to try and get it from the Gathering Quest. Pretty much if someone's going to be rude to someone in chat and I don't catch it, they will probably invariably be rude to me. And then they will get timed out for a week or indefinitely. And then it's not a problem anymore. We're gonna try it again. Happy community, not even allowed to talk about that Monster Hunter game. That's why we're happy. No, I mean, again, like, I don't blame anyone for liking Rise. I mean, if you like that style of combat, like, it's fine. I mean, Monster Hunter is still, like, even Rise is still an amazing video game. Like, if no other Monster Hunter existed and they released Rise, like, I'd be crapping my pants. Just, like, full-on, like, gallon of ice team in the shorts. But, you know, you got to compare everything to the predecessor. How do I feel Monster Hunter now compares to the Monster Hunter World? I think it's a great game to get people to walk. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'm not playing it because I don't live near anything. I mean, the game is like, if there's one issue, like, it's designed, obviously, for Japan, where, like, the vast majority of people live in a city with lots of cool and interesting things to walk towards and people to hunt with. I'm sure it's awesome playing it in Tokyo right now, or Osaka. Did I blast that guy, Condor? I hope I did. Rise is a technological... Yes! Hey, whoever in chat told me about this. Thank you, I love you. Eat the meat. We're getting that philosophy rope sword, man. I don't even know how you found this thing. So can I only get 4 at a time? I'm gonna get 2 here, then I'm gonna get another 2? This is a game changer. I wouldn't be surprised if the Powder Stone activating the Remobra is like an oversight. You know what I mean? Because, like, it doesn't really feel like something that should happen. But how hard they make it to find them. That's probably it. It's probably like you have the Powder Stone. You're in a Powder Stone quest now. See one. You know what, though? Actually delivering the Powder Stone maybe not be a bad idea. Why are Goblin Hours continuing? Because I don't want to work at UPS. I'm gonna try not to work at UPS. I don't know. I mean, I have games I want to play, man. It was just like when I was in Japan. And remember we did that one stream? I was just like watching YouTube videos. I was going to take a day off, and I said, I'll just stream it. I'll just stream myself watching YouTube videos instead. I kind of like that. I want the night stream to be more of a chill vibe. I mean, if people are okay with that. If they're not okay with that, too bad. I'll take the title of God's funniest clown. I remember there was a period of time we went over to YouTube for the night streams, and like anytime anyone caused me like even the smallest amount of grief, I just like immediately banned them. That was awesome. That was great. At Twitch, I try to be a little bit more diplomatic. I'm like, you don't like it? Ban! Oh, there's a Remobra right there! There's 2 of them! You know, the YouTube moderation's really screwed up, though, because, like, you don't even know you're banned. It's like the default is like a shadow ban. And that's kind of messed up. Like, you should probably know you're banned. Gaslight, gatekeep, stream pause. Yeah, well, my intention, I mean, you know, if I ban someone, I want them to just know they're done. Redeem, done. More? Did you hear one? Thought I heard one. It was a terrible date, but it was the best moment in a terrible date. Well, I guess I can be pretty happy with 3 striped skin. That's not bad. I mean, we're on our way. I guess we can go through 7? I think they show up in 7 sometimes. Oh, Condor. I mean, some people messaged me. And there was a guy that was like, I got listed. Like, I didn't recognize his name. He's like, I got listed. And I didn't think it would bother me. But it's like really, really bothering. And then one other person was like, I've been listed, but can you just tell... You don't have to unlist me, but can you just tell me you did unlist me? And like, that was kind of crazy. Just tell me you unlisted me. You don't have to do it. Just tell me you did. Just lie to me. I was a little mean. Telling the people they had a genetic defect. Some split close to Neanderthal. Look, I get like one new game every like 2 years. And I just want to enjoy it for a little bit without spoilers. I don't get it a month early. I'm not Team Darkside. And don't get me wrong, I am not like Gaijin Hunter. If they gave me the game early, I am playing the fuck out of the game. Absolutely. I'm playing it a ton. He's like, I wouldn't want to play it early. I'd want to enjoy it with everyone else. Hell no! I want to play it now. Before everyone else spoils me. How many people are listed? Nobody. I just ban people now. And they can take it up in the mod comment, in the ban appeals. And I deliberately do not check ban appeals on a regular basis. So, like, if you get banned, like, you gotta, like, suffer. Some people calls it cruel. Yeah, it's cruel. Whatever. It's my stream. I can do whatever I want. Want to play now? I'm not embarrassed to play now. I don't think now is a bad game. I'm glad people are walking. I think it's a good thing. They can still watch the stream. They just can't chat. That's all. So it was Capcom that banned you. Why did they ban you? What could you have possibly said that would get you banned in a Capcom chat room? Obviously, I believe it, but it's almost unbelievable. You guys stop it with the quotes, okay? Got enough quotes. A certain mod doesn't like you on a comment I said after stream ended, so they permabanned you? Dude. How bad could the comment have been? I'm not gonna ask, I guess I can't ask you to repeat it, but... Guess what can you do? It's not like they stream on that channel that often anyway. So, no No huge, huge loss. I mean, of course we're curious. We're all curious. I think it was probably like Galgun. Unlucky. I don't know. There was a Senran Kagura game. That involved like massaging thighs. This is amazing. This is really like the best discovery that we've had all night. Ben walk on that? She didn't like the Mickey Mouse one. I mean, look, dude, I got permaban from GDQ for saying YSG PogChamp. 3 letters and an emote. The mods are absolute tyrants. Thank you for not banning you? You get close. Sometimes I just want to enjoy variety. And little bastards like Kisses Moi is like, are you going to play Monster Hunter today? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I don't play the game you want me to play. One actual psychopath the other day, after I was like enjoying a Lies of P stream, was like, oh, thank God we're back to World. Goddamn lunatic. I mean, look, I like World, but what is wrong with you? Oh, I'm sorry, the 4,000 hours of World on this channel wasn't enough for you? Okay, World is a great game. Monster Hunter is a great game in general. We needed stripe skins, right? Not remover skins. Yeah, we need stripe skins. Didn't somebody say play Monster Hunter on my Neo streams too? I don't think so. I think they just said it like after I played after I played Lies of P. I just had a P phase, okay? I really enjoyed the game. I really wanted to play the game. I mean, I could just not stream and just play it anyways. That's the alternative. But then I have to get a job at UPS. It's very complicated. Do they ever eat the meat? The worst part is some people enjoy the P phase. They're like, when are you going to pee again? I'm going to let them down easy. Is there a new phase in the P organ on New Game Plus Plus? There is, and I streamed it. If you watch the very end of my playthrough of New Game Plus, you will see what the phase is, and it's powerful. I don't want to spoil anyone. Open that on stream. Oh, I'm nervous. I don't normally like opening up YouTube videos on stream. It's a clip from my screen. Well, I'm not playing that on stream. You can go and link it all you want. It's not even I'm embarrassed about the content. I'm embarrassed about the mic quality. I got a remover skull. I only got 4 skins and a skull. That's annoying. Let's see if we can actually get a powder stone. With the extra life, we might be able to do it. Ooh, with that stamina, though. No! Oh. Be better just to die. Falling wall, thank you. You're having a good night, or possibly a good early morning in the EU. Are we ever going to finish this weapon? I hope so. You're Eastern time zone, so you're up late. Don't worry, so am I. We're going to do this to try and time travel. Duke on me. Perfect timing. I just want to say, we got the 2 Velocidrome heads an hour ago. I think exactly an hour ago, because I remember looking over and being like, oh, it's 11:45. I'll have this weapon made at midnight, and we'll be good. Well, that was a lie. That was not the case. It's been an hour to get 5 striped hides. I got 3 of them. So the odds are good. But the goods are odd. Do we just keep doing it? I think so. I mean, it's actually, the funny part is it's completely unnecessary. I mean, it's a massive upgrade, but for what we need to do, honestly, the humble poison battle axe is really more than enough. I think it's just more the novelty of the thing that'll have 180 raw in low rank village. 4-star. That's crazy, man. That is not normal. I'm trying to think what the strongest high rank weapon is in low rank in world. A Diablos weapon might go up to 180. I think. And I think that's the highest. If Diablo's Charge Blade or Diablo's Hammer, that might hit 180. Doing credits or guild? I was going to try and kill White Fatalis. I wouldn't count armor skills, Condor. Just the base weapon stats. Probably event White Fatalis. Which will likely mean we'll need to do some, like, rust stone farming, or I don't know. Ancient shard farming. I honestly, I don't know what you're supposed to do with sword and shield on Fatalis. Probably just use a lot of bombs when he's in his armor mode. I wonder if just picking it up works. Go. Stripe skin. All those times I was never punished, like I feel like now. Now I'm being punished. Dude, I mean, we could have spent the last hour farming for Velocidrome heads and not gotten them. But, like, that would feel fair, because that's, like, a really rare drop. Now we're just fighting Remobra. I just need their stripe skin. I'm assuming that's, like, a fairly common card. I don't know what the rate is. Can't be that rare. I got 3 of them the first run. %? I'm trying to calculate the odds in my head of not getting one. Well, there's one. Okay. All right. I still have one more chance. This guy. It looks a little stripey. We got one. Okay, we could be thankful for that. Actually, I'll say this. If I can get a gathering, if I can get a powder stone out of this, I'd actually be happy. If I could deliver one. I should really be bringing my actual gathering backpacking set for this, shouldn't I? I'm assuming the little extra health that I have from health plus 10 is going to make this quest possible. Started Token Kiwami the other day and you're liking it so far? The weapons are kind of neat in Token 2. I didn't really play a lot of Token Kiwami. I did play it. I thought the weapons were interesting. I did not like the combat. The enemies were just on the ground, I felt like, the entire time. Some of the upgrades, like the Mitamas and stuff, are kind of neat. The weapons are the most interesting thing. They do some really creative stuff with their weapons. Like, I love the rifle in Token 2. The way it sounds and looks is so cool. But it's like actually playing the game is like kind of tough. You know, it looks like we're going to have plenty of life to spare. Is there like nothing? There are cats here. That's not my cat. That's the thief cat. Kiwami? I have no idea. Please. Yeah, it's probably the G rank version of Tokenin. I'm assuming. I don't know if Tokenin 2 ever got one. Can't get into Dauntless for whatever reason. Dauntless exists as a way to fill up gauges and spend time. That's pretty much it. 3,000 points are pretty good. It's bananas low. It's late, dude. It's a weird ass emote, but whatever. Fitting for the hour. Real like Strangers of Paradise right now? I haven't played through it since the last DLC dropped, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't really play much of the final DLC for Strangers of Paradise. Do I like Tokenin or God Eater better? God Eater is one of the worst Monster Hunter-like games I've ever played. It might be the worst. Just call it the worst. I hated that game. Combat was bad. The setting was bad. The gun system was just kind of weird. Not enough to carry the game on. PSP Lords of Something one? I will finish Lords of Arcana on the PSP before I finish God Eater 3. Girls were cute too? What if I do? What if that's the next game we play here? What if that's what you get next? Everyone thank Noxella. Next Lords of Arcana playthrough, night stream. Any of you next? Is this your way of trying to like gaslight me into playing Lords of Arcana? The builds you have to make in the end make combat really uninteractive. I believe that. I definitely believe that. People were making fun of my spin to win build in Strangers of Paradise, and I'm like, dude, you haven't seen anything. This is at least I gotta hold the button. There's way worse builds out there. Yeah, I mean, it kind of lost the plot, didn't it? Like, Neo 2, you get very strong, but you can still die. I felt like Strangers of Paradise was almost a little bit more about becoming invincible and then just deleting everything almost instantly. Different team working on it, so, you know, obviously different approach. Khan is really good at grabbing aggro. Play Neo 2 now? You're in for a treat. That's really funny, Murph. That's like insane. Was it like a item or something that gave you infinite duration of every buff? Did you have infinite invulnerability? Like, can I do that? Well, I didn't play the final DLC, so. I would say, for the most part, people either just laughed at Strangers of Paradise because, haha, chaos, or got walled at Tiamat and then never got after that. Pretty sure that's what happened. Some pretty good streamers got walled at Tiamat. I won't say who, but like some pretty good video game players got stuck there. I won't say it. Someone in chat said it. Julian Carter said it. I'll say this: their name was mentioned at stream tonight. I mean, I think they're an okay streamer. I'm not starting beef. I'm happy they played the game. That's all I want. Items. Interesting. Items and Hunter. Hunter was the shooty guy? Dylan Carter talks about 2 streamers. Okay. I'm one of them? Okay, well, there you go. He said it, not me. Happy birthday, big guy! Thanks! It's actually kind of sin. Am I still in Japan? I've been gone from Japan for the last 1 month and 3 days, and I miss every moment. Mid-October? What's that? You miss Japan too? You miss your kids? Brother, I promise you, man. Just, head back, find, you know, the nicest old lady you know, and just say, I'm looking to settle down. You'll get kids. You'll end up with kids, one way or the other. So back in the U.S., yeah, I mean, I didn't just, like, escape somewhere else. I probably should have. That would have been great. I could have gone to, like, Korea or Thailand. That would have been awesome. I should have. That was a mistake. It's alright. I still can. I still might. I get kind of depressed in the winter, so maybe I'll go somewhere warm. Vietnam, you hear is nice. We've got a guy in chat that lives in Saigon that keeps telling me he wants to buy me a beer. So at least that's a guy I could hang out with. We used to have a guy in chat that was from Thailand. My brother-in-law's girlfriend is in Thailand. And she's pretty nice, so that's like somebody I would know. Any next Monster Hunter series new? We got a logo. Ask for a room? I think they have an extra room. But I mean, it's not expensive. Like, you can get a room in Thailand. Like, you can get a whole house for $400 a month. I get 1 year and I'm on my own. Yeah. I like how shiny the helmet looks. It's pretty much always shiny, isn't it? You know, that's not bad money either, is it? You know, I know people need next-gen graphics, but why can't we just make games that look like this? I'm okay with this. I'm not saying it's easy to make games look like this. This is hard. You're making games that look like this? Oh, they're so beautiful. I'm okay with the story's graphics as well, non-Leo Dog. Actually, I do like the way those look as well. Okay. Wait, we might still need more claws. Don't get too excited. Okay, we need 3 more claws. That's fine. It only took an hour and 15 minutes to get 5 stripe skins. Everyone who's been here since I killed the Velocidrome and got the 2 heads and got very excited and is here now, I just want to say thank you. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you for sticking it out. I can't believe I stuck it out, man. This was hard, dude. Remember that part where I killed the Bizarrios and it wasn't the quest and then I had to kill then I had to kill 20 Io Prey anyways? I remember that. We got 3 Macrolite. I mean, I haven't really, I'm telling you, I killed the 2 Velocidrome at 11:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So it's only been an hour and 50 minutes. It's not been multiple hours. It's just been 1 hour. The tickets would not get you stripe skins. That's the thing. Maybe a ticket would get you a Velocidrome head. Watch me get more Velocidrome head. Witness me. Yo, this Velocidrome is actually, like, kind of strong. Have I found the strongest Velocidrome? That's not that strong. I got another head! That's legitimately a 2% carve! I'm not even joking. It's like 2%. And I need the claw too. That's unbelievable. That's insane. Polar mod moment. The problem is I set my mod to give me all of the rarest items. So when I need the stripe skin, which is not a rare item, I can't get it. That was a weird. Don't you run away from me. Why are you running? Wait, he's up there? What does you jump down? Come down. I'm right here. Claws, please. I'll take heads too, only because it's awesome. Okay, that's good. I think I need one from the rewards or one from this carve. I got another head! Unreal, man. I don't even know what the head armor piece gives. We still haven't seen the rewards yet. Stop. Stop. Oh, Ristretto! Good evening. You know I'm going late if I'm outlasting Ristretto. I don't normally stream at night. We're doing it, man. Do you like the FOV mod? Dude, I just got 4 Velocidrome heads. 4 heads, 1 dude. It was technically 1 head per Velocidrome.
Yo.
I'm still missing a claw. I have so many. I almost have more heads than claws. That's messed up, dude. I mean, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine for another run. That's okay. We'll even do the double one. Why not? It's pretty quick. So fast. This is a slightly wider field of view. Ever so slightly. This is the lightest option. With the tiniest map. It's subtle. You're not gonna really, it's not gonna jump out at you. Demon Riot Trans Slash? I mean, that's a classic. Were you playing GU? It is getting that bad, so I mean, I don't mean to be negative. I had a recent negative experience with GU. It's the only reason. I tried to do this playthrough over the summer. What was it? What did we settle on? It was terrible, man. I can't even remember. Low rank early faded force slay for the first time each time. Oh, that shouldn't be too bad though. With enough craft work, I mean, you're gonna have the Booja Booja Boo or whatever anyways. Bull Jaggy either way. That carries a lot. What weapon are... I mean, I'm assuming you're doing Switch Axe. Alchemy Charge Blade is not fun. What was Alchemy Gunlance? Alchemy Insect Glaive? Adept Lance? I don't think I've ever really played Adept Lance, to be honest. You like about GU? I'm assuming the most of your enjoyment of GU comes down to Crystal Beard and him dropping poop. Not Crystal Beard? I know you like him, though. Some recommended weapons playstyles? Valor Greatsword and Don't Look Back. Valor Greatsword, I think, is the most fun. It's powerful without feeling like too broken. Why do so many people hunt it again? I think it's one of the better cat weapons. I got another head. This is insane. This is actually, I'm like actually scared how many Velocidrome heads I have. That's not right, man. That's too many, dude. Adept Sword and Shield is insanely powerful. I mean, Insect Glaive is just Insect Glaive. I don't think Aerial is necessarily too different.
Yo.
The only one that's really weird is, I think, is Striker Insect Glaive is really weird. It's amazing, like, how much they hate the dual blades. Like, it's almost the same. I guess it doesn't have stripe skin, but it's just so strong for low rank. Like, that's unbelievably strong. Man, why does the Odyssey gotta look so bad? Solo, hello? It's good in G. I mean, it just looks like a sword. It just... Right? It just looks like an iron sword and shield. The worst part about it is... Oh, wait, hold on. It's just raw. Okay. It doesn't get the, doesn't get the water yet. It takes a little bit. I mean, I wouldn't even do that upgrade. Like, that just makes the weapon worse to lose all your green sharpness. That cool looking claw in there. Alright, well, I guess we spent all night making the goddamn weapon. We may as well use it. Do I play Monster Hunter now? I don't live near anything, so I don't play it, because I've got nothing to walk towards. Monoblos? The actual Bizario's quest. We'll do Sianitar. Do I like thin or thick blades in your sword designs? I'm not judgy. I mean, I'll take either. They can both be good. I like creative, colorful designs. Like this sword design, this is like chef's kiss right here. Yeah, I mean, I would say in general, the thicker the better. Like the Teostra sword that doesn't even have an edge. And you're just like bludgeoning things. That's pretty good. I mean, Gasarag has like, was it like a club or an axe? Did I ever play the Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster? I never did. And I didn't buy it on sale. Oops. Maybe I'll pick it up next time. But 6 is my favorite Final Fantasy. Yeah, I mean, Butcher's Knife is fine. Most of Goss's stuff looks pretty good. Hello? Hello? It's probably the dose track. I don't know. I can't really hear it. What is that? Oh, there we go. I was like, where's my trip? You'd have to ask Incognito Man. He's in the chat in terms of how he programmed it. That came out pretty fast. What if I'm within one shot range? If he's in raid? Now I am. He's not in rage anymore. Man, their enrages feel like they don't last anything in this game. Yeah, I think GU could be interesting if your only goal was to kill all of the deviants or all of the Fated 4 early. Because then you're just done when you kill them. And you don't have to go through all of the horrible gathering quests. You're just done. You're done in 3-star. They have more HP than the 10-star village? Wow. So they're definitely scaled HP-wise for high rank, huh? Ooh, that was close. Yeah, Gunlance is pretty great on Kezu in this game. It deals a little not insignificant amount of fire damage. Oh, no! I didn't think it was going to turn around again. Double normal village HP. Oh. So if you'd beat them in 10 minutes, it would take about 20 minutes? I'm assuming the staggers take longer as well, right? It's okay. I mean, I'm not embarrassed. I'm still using, like, starter armor. I don't mind. You get one shot. It's fine. Don't run. What are Booby and Nipples? Go and find out, man. Booby's been around for a while. His armor's pretty good, right? From what I remember. Actually, I don't know what his low rank armor gives. I know high rank it's like razor sharp and sharpness +1. That's my issue, is like, I don't really want to look like a crab. I know we all become crab, like evolutionarily speaking. Don't. Stop. Stop it. You can kind of get him to blow himself up a lot. I think each one of these things does about the same damage as like a large barrel bomb. Some people sound like the crab. I'm not high enough to understand what that means. Some people sound like the crab. What? You became the crab. Interesting. Well, I would certainly rather fight him than fight Gravios. So, I mean, that's fair enough. I actually went through all the sharpness. There we go. He's almost done. Wow, that was fast. That happened. He went from gurgling to dead, like, instantly. It was like 5% he must have been at. He started gurgling. Dix is from when we were getting the Dix sponsorships all the time. That was awesome, man. I wish I could show Dix every single day. Yeah. No, if I could, like, I'm still down with Dix, man. You want to work something out? Monster Hunter Elevation. Monster Hunter Hot Balloon.
You.
Does this actually give sharpness +1 if you make the whole thing? It ain't no way, right? No, it's gonna give it like Artisan +5. Yeah. So you'd have to make it. And then you'd probably lose Razor Sharp, I assume. If we can even see Handicraft. Kazu set in this game? I don't even know what it gives. I'm assuming like recovery up or wide range. Recovery speed, ride area. Horn +1. I mean, if you're... I think there's a recovery horn in this game. Picky eater. That's Odeco. Wish we had more slots. I would do more. Alright, I'm sleepy. That's a lot of streaming today. We did like, what? 12 hours almost? Too much. Or not enough. I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to do Daystream World. Time for your flattening, honey. Yeah, thank you again for the raid, Ristretto. We'll be doing more Unite tomorrow night. World during the day, Unite at night. That sounds fun. See you then. Goodbye.